There we go. All right, welcome back to the Saturday Ironheart Merchant Company after a break. We are back for episode 29, Family Feud. This was not. This was made. This episode was chosen 2 weeks ago. I want you to know that. You'll understand why that's important during today's episode. As unfortunately, not only are we not having Melvin join us, but Nar, during downtime between sessions when after the party left Gem Cutter's port and traveled through Diamond's Death, to travel back to Dragon's Crown through the large portal on the continent. The party managed to, unfortunately, in their downtime, convince Nar that it would be a benefit to the party to go and discuss with Face, the one who was noted as the champion of Cataclysm. But before we get too far ahead of ourselves, last time we left off, this party, if I remember correctly, man, you all ended up taking your time down in Gem Cutter's port to be honored. We had a whole fun session with James and Hydraxion, or James getting Hydraxion brought into almost a terrible situation. But where did that session start? Someone give me a reminder here real quick. Anybody remember?
Oh shit!
I feel like it started with us trying to go into Gem's Code.
Yeah, I think it was. Okay.
Yeah, we were
okay.
heading to
Or
Gem
just
Cutter's
getting
port.
there.
I think it was. Okay, yeah. It was you guys setting up port. Okay, I was just making sure I wasn't getting too far ahead. Okay.
Yeah, because we got our minds read by Ultima.
Yep, you went, that's right, thank you, okay. Alright, now I remember. Yeah, so last time we left off, the party having landed in Gem Cutter's port had met with Neff's right hand, or, well, rather left hand, finding out that the Ultimus, as well as Neff's, a couple of their members of Neff's mercenary group, had managed to get themselves pretty good positions amongst the court, as the party was scanned in, checked, and looked over. Hydrathian managing to somehow pull a great, if I remember right, not excuse, but what was
Disguise.
it? Disguise. No, I remember the disguise, but yeah, exactly.
You said you didn't want you. You could read my mind, but you're going to see a lot of butt stuff.
Yeah. The great convincing of Ultimus about the terror that poor Hydrathian had seen. After Ultimus had been convinced, the party managed to get their way back into the city. Hydrathion, disguised as, I believe, a frost giant.
They're frosty.
Frosty, yeah, the very unique looking frost giant. Yes,
Nicknamed Snowman.
as you lot headed into the city, managing to go about your business, checking out the town, learning about some quests, learning about some of the merchant guild that had set up in the port city, and mostly figuring out, to the horror to some of the players, not necessarily their characters, about what was going on around the territory. Though all was not for a scare or horridness, as the party did manage to get out and enjoy themselves at the feast that Greg's Martom had invited them to, managing to go with James and Roloman. The two kind of worked their way in, managing not to get themselves in any trouble, even though Roloman would continuously and end up towards the end there almost bagging himself a princess.
So close.
Yes.
James ripping away from it.
Meanwhile, in the background, while James and Roloman continued to kind of flirt their way amongst the nobility that Greg had called to enjoy the feast, Nar and Hydrathion decided to do basically a drug bust as bounty hunters, basically like Dog the Bounty Hunter for those who are old enough to remember that. Going into a shop and realizing that there were illegal goods, managing to take care of or managing to save the slaves, as well as figuring out about the stolen equipment from a well-known religious order. And I believe you also managed to find like a whole bunch of sack of drugs, if I remember correctly.
Yes. We had to go burn
100
them outside of
pounds.
town.
Yeah. I remember the drug now, yeah. As you two managed to get through this, managed to make a pretty good friend with the captain of the guard, though still not getting his name, as you lot basically handed him off a major payoff for having to deal with the situation as he declared his retirement and you lot decided to take the drugs, the stolen weapons, and the slaves outside of the town. As a lot of you, or as you lot started to escape, if you will, having managed to get halfway back to the castle, Hydratheon high on life, as Frosty having not been discovered by any of the guards, James would have his cohort, or his companions rather, summoned. And unfortunately, while Nar was able to easily resist the will save, poor Hydratheon was not, or Hydraxion was not, as he would find himself, still as Frosty, now in the courtroom of Gemcutter's, or the throne room of Gemcutter's Port, with nothing but Greg and a screen curtain made of paper to block the two.
And a piece of paper separating them.
Yeah, though managing to bluff his way through to such a degree and managing to get James to not screw everything up, the party managed to convince not only Greg's Marathon to take on the contract that Ja Terrasitis had trapped them into, but also giving them the opportunity to build their own merchant's guild to their exact decisions and design in the city of Diamond's Death. With that being said, the group would find themselves excused after that, with Rollman trying to go back to catch the princess that he had been flirting with, only to see her being whisked away by a guard, while this party had to return to their caravan. Hydraxion back on the road with Nar, catching up to him in a full panic, and realizing how close he had come to death. The party retreated back towards their ship for the night, and after that would decide to spend the rest of their month in downtime going about a little bit about Gemcutter's Port for the next morning before taking off towards Diamond's Death, and then eventually to Dragon's Crown, where we now land. However, during that downtime, as is the only thing that in particular that really happened that needed to be discussed, is as Nar would find himself going down below to speak with Face and learn about the truth behind this concept of claiming that he was the champion of Cataclysm. For that was a lofty title to claim, and Nar wanted to both know why this individual was on the ship, but also to see if there was an intention of harm to the crew overall. Unfortunately, to Nar's, surprise, I think, was a good way, because did you roll terribly or well? I can't recall. I know it was one or the other.
I rolled bad. I only had to roll an 11. I rolled a 6.
That's right,
On a
that's
will
right. So,
save, and
yeah,
the
because it was
diplomacy
horrible.
29.
No, I remember. So having rolled or after getting Face to come and speak with you in your private quarters, trying to figure out what was going on, as you began to question him, you felt your mind beginning to almost leave itself, as if you're slowly starting to lose sense of time, as if almost drugged on some sort of almost like a morphine, as you start to feel your eyes getting heavier and start realizing moments are going by, and as you're not sure as time starts to sit and pass, how long you sat there with Face before finally your mind begins to almost crack and you feel yourself having a harder time actually waking up each time. As you do so, and as this continues on, you begin to feel a warmth around from your holy symbol, holy sigil, as it begins to glow. As it does, you hear a light whisper, Nar, from your god, telling you to forget. And as you accept this, going warmly into the hands, thinking that this was the end, that James, while stupid to make this decision, wasn't in the wrong given the fear, and now you thinking that maybe your death will push for action to happen. You find yourself once more brought back, Nar, and then your mind seemingly forgotten the last hours of discussion. A fear as every time you look at Face and every time you see him amongst the crew, eventually causing you to make the final decision that you, along with the majority of your crew, and Hydraxion would, in the next town, be getting a ship of your own and going off in the name of the Ironheart Merchant Company. Having managed to do that in the last week of the trip, James and Rolliman, as well as Melvin, who has still been locked up in his room this entire time, you've been hearing these slight sounds of screams and hysterical laughter. Every time you've tried to open the door, it seems to almost jam shut, and then you begin to hear screams of almost pain as you try to move the handle. Eventually, as you step away, it seems to die down and quiet once more. The sounds of loud thumps coming from in there, and the ship every once in a while slightly tilting towards the direction of his room kind of gives you the idea, James, that whatever's going on in there is best to not be discussed right now. As the week
No,
has
just
gone
leaving.
on,
It'll just be leaving. No, there's food out here for you, buddy.
every time the food has vanished, but the only time you've managed to see that door open, a long and large pink and fleshy tentacle would slap out and bring the tray in and then disappear. A slight tremor of fear would emanate almost from that room every time it opened as you feel or look in that direction, James. It's realizing there are battles you can pick. This is not one of those ones you want to fight, as you kind of move on to the rest of the crew who seem almost unfazed. As the week has gone on, though, you lot have found yourself finally out in Dragon's Crown. Now, Nar long gone, having gone off to get his own ship. Last you had heard from him. Most of his crew, except for the two Thrycreen and Little Scarf, have went with Nar as well as Hydraxion. We come back to you lot on the morning of the 10th. It is in January, or the month of the first moon, or January in the year 65,008. It is cold. It is snowing outside. Everywhere you can see dark clouds. The mountain peaks are almost completely covered, as well as the large towering peaks of what you would at this point remember as the eight pillars of magic that Dragon's Crown is so famous for. Now having a ninth pillar, all completely pushing into the clouds and vanishing as you look over. The city seems to almost be quiet with the sound from the snow. Even from the distance, being out a little bit outside of the city, parked with a couple of other airships that have set up in a very unofficial dock that seems more as if it was just designed recently, and a couple of slabs of wood put together to kind of orchestrate the ability to come off the airships been coming through. The town of Dragon's Crown, though, from what you can tell, has almost doubled in size. Even from this distance, you can see the outer or an inner wall that you recognize from the original city when you were here last, and now an outer wall similar to Ba Sing Se that has kind of expanded out almost to twice the original length. Now completely surrounding the mountain that it is based around. As you lot kind of find yourselves waking up in the morning, not going above deck to the normal area where a table is set out for you lot because of the thick snow that has been kind of plummeting all night. At this point, from what you gather, there's probably at least 2-3 feet on the ground down below. You, Rolliman, and James find yourselves kind of enjoying cups of like the thicker coffee that you'd managed to buy in town in the last week that you've been in Dragon's Crown. Face has been pretty much quiet the entire time. Uldren has vanished just as you were trying to do, James, having disappeared completely in the night one night after the threat. And with the heavy snow, it's made it very easy to make sure no one came back on your ship to the next day. But the rest of the crew seems to be going about their business. The Thrycreens kind of keeping to themselves. Little Scarf kind of going about the crew, making sure that they all seem to be all right. You and Rolliman kind of sit across from each other, set aside at a table. What looks to be a warm, thick stew of something with meat and a orange-like coloration to the liquid. Kind of gives a strong smell of tomato and beef coming off of it as you're kind of sitting there watching the rest of the crew.
Roland, you would know that before we left Gemcutter's Port, James purchased 3 slaves. I will actually send them.
That is also, thank you. I keep forgetting about that. Yeah, so let me know.
You're fine.
Yeah, for the 3 slaves, you can go ahead and post them in the chat for the group so that way they can see what you put, what they're written about. But the 3 slaves that during in Gemcutter Port that James would have picked up prior to Nar leaving the group, and confirming that none of these lots had an evil alignment. Just because I'll give, since I assumed that was going to be something Nar was going to do in the background. You do see James come in with a beastkin that looks to be about 7 feet wide and about 5 feet tall. He is massive and looks almost like a giant wide-mouthed catfish. He has no neck, and his face and head seem to almost sit perfectly on his body. 2 long bits of what look to be like a almost like a mustache, but are more, as you take a closer look at them, like similar to the antennae of a lobster. Smaller ones that seem to be made of an actual like fur seem to surround these two larger pieces that kind of make up the majority of the mustache. He is in full like linen, just normal cloth, and very light leather trousers. There are iron clamps on both of his hands, and his mouth is also clamped shut with a what do you call it? Muzzle. There we go. Yep, there you go. The second one is a young beast folk. From what you've been able to gather, they at first thinking, or it looked like they were an Eric Cochran, which is what James originally had thought when he first saw them. Though it didn't take much to realize they were actually something more akin to an Owlkin. Which would be similar to a beast folk like creature. The little creature did not have a name, nor have they spoken once. They do seem to be wearing a leather hood and leather cloak overall, heavy and dark brown clothing, but not carrying any weapons. And then the last one looks to be a large Loxodon who is actually wearing the gold bracers all around his arms. He stands about 9 feet tall and about just as wide, looking to be very well muscled, almost like a gorilla. A hefty gut that kind of sticks out, but you see the heavy belt around him that has a large lion. Seems to have a bunch of arcane runes around it, and seems to have almost an unnatural golden glow to it. He is the only one who has spoken, and the little that you've managed to get out of him is that he was captured by a fire giant raiding party during his time in the attack on the city on Krkek. He doesn't give you what city and refuses to speak much more of it.
All right.
That's fine.
And his name is Fist. He is also the only one that gave you a name. Yes.
Mr. Fist.
James, just in your short time, God damn it, no. James, in your short time, I just want to know, I will, for Loxodon, you would have gathered from the few books that you'd have, in the captain's quarters. Loxodon names are not typically very simple. So the fact that he's giving you something simple means he's not giving you a real name for some reason.
I'm not going to order him to give me his real name, but I will but as I know that as a character, it's not going to be important right now.
Fair enough.
So
I just figured I'd mention it during your downtime. But yeah, so as you two kind of sit across from each other, the crew, they have kind of gotten to work. The one working amongst the kitchen at this point after the 5 weeks of travel seems to be the large catfish who has yet to give a name or even speak once. But as soon as James had brought him on and his clasps had been removed as well as his muzzle, he seemed to sniff his way into the kitchen and began to cook. And every day he seems to get up, cook, and then go back to sleep.
Does he seem good at it? I'm asking.
As far as it goes, the food has actually almost been on the same level as Grandpa's. You don't feel the same rejuvenation you did from when Grandpa would cook, but the taste and such seems to be just as interesting as well as actually good.
I'm glad I found a cook that was worthy. Has the owl folk, is what I'll call them, since that's seems most fit. Owlkin, owl folk. Shown any special skills at all during the time?
Nope, they have been quiet and kind of just sat on their own, but they haven't done anything against anyone, just kind of following orders whenever given, or following people around and learning how to work about the ship. They don't seem to actively speak whatsoever, but seem to be a very quick study.
Okay.
All right.
But yeah, as you kind of spend the time, the Red Draconic Ale, by the way, that you had ordered, is delivered to you when you do make it to Dragon's Crown. On your first day there, the 300 liters is dropped off.
Let's go.
So that's going down in storage. We now have good alcohol if we need it.
Yeah, so feel free to add that to your inventory.
I will go add that to the ship inventory, actually.
Yep. But yeah, as you you kind of continue to enjoy your coffee. The food tasting quite good. As the catfish kind of finishes up his work, he kind of stands up, looks over at you, looks about the rest of the crew, seeing that they're all happily eating. Leaves the big pan or a big bowl full of still more stew, and then goes and lays in one of the bunks. And immediately, you start to hear him snoring.
It's Fire Dragon, right?
Yeah, it's a Fire Draconic Ale, and it was a hogshead, which is 300 liters. It is basically cinnamon liquor.
It's cool.
Yep. But yeah, as you kind of look or sit there, is there anything you two would like to do?
Oh.
Well, since we got in here, you have the money for your child support, correct, Rollman?
I'll need to collect 200,000 from somewhere. I have like 35K on me personally, but I'll take.
I thought the sale of the sword went through during downtime.
I should ask. Did the sale of the sword go through?
Did you use any of your downtime actions?
I told you I'd sell it, and we agreed on the price.
Then yes, that would have gone through already.
Okay. Yes, then I do have the funds.
All right, I'm gonna go see about selling off the platinum pieces then.
Okay.
Okay.
I
will. Mm-hmm. What?
I just say, are you leaving the crew to stay on the ship for the time being?
I'll have to bring someone with me to drag around the platinum.
Mm-hmm. As well as the kind of guard the cart.
Yeah. So, whichever two of the Rough Bloods would like to tag along.
Okay. Yeah, as you kind of just look up to them, the four of them kind of start following you, not really understanding when you say only two, and not being able to really count. All four kind of just follow after you. They start to help you
enough.
More
security is better than less.
Lowering the wagon down into the snow and kind of helping give it a good push. The sand wolf is freezing and very angry.
I will ask it to stay. I'll leave it on the ship. This is not the temperature for it.
Can I ask what you're gonna have pulling your wagon then?
I would ask the roughnecks to pull it. They can handle this type of weight better and this temperature better.
Let me double check, because I don't know if they can if they have enough strength to pull it. Because that's a lot of platinum weight, for reference. Let me look up some. What's the,
Well, I can technically load the coins into a bag of coining as well. I just have to empty one of them.
That's my question. So the max they can pull, carry, pull carry is 460 pounds. So,
keep in mind, pull is 4 times their carry.
Thank you. So,
also, that's like dragging.
Which is, in this case, it would be, because they're doing it from they're pulling
on wheels.
Well, I mean,
wheels
in multiple feet of snow.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with you 100% otherwise. It is 4 times. You are correct. So that would be. Let me do. I don't. I'm not doing that.
It'd be roughly 1,600 each.
It'd be 1840 actually. So
I underestimated. Okay.
Yeah, about 1840. So I mean, yeah, okay. I'd say between the 4 of them that they should be able to pull the wagon. Yeah. All right. As you have the group kind of the Rough Bloods kind of start going up to the front of the cart, each of them grabs one of the it's like leather harness pieces on either side, and then 2 of them seem to grab the rails or the like holsters that you tie the horse to in the I can't remember what they're called, the wood extension. But as they begin to grab it and pull, Rollman, are you just tagging along with James until you get to the city?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Little Scar will be in charge while we're going.
Little Scar, yep. Alright, as you lot begin to head towards the city, as you get closer and closer, the city looks to have a small line at this point in the very early morning. You don't see, as you look down the clearing of trees, any sort of well, it looks to be anybody coming in the direction of Dragon's Crown. It's almost surprisingly quiet. As you guys get closer, you see about 7 people in line ahead. Do not eat a spoonful of the snow. Yes, please do not do that. But
Especially the yellow one.
Exactly.
Listen, we can sell snow cones later, but that's a summer treat, not a winter one.
It's true. No one's wanting snow cones in the snow. You're not wrong. Uh, but as you get in
I'm
line,
working on that for later. That's something for the tavern. Damn it.
it takes another like half an hour roughly to get in line, or to get through the line, as the guards seem to be very slow to come out of the tower, working their way through the firewood that they're grabbing from the front of the castle gates, tossing the wood into the castle tower, where there's what looks to be a small fire pit kind of dug for the guards to keep themselves warm around. As you lot get a pull up finally, having gotten up there after roughly 30 minutes or so. The morning's still crisp, the wind's still hitting you as it does, the heavy snow blanketing on top of the wagon even now. The rough bloods kind of just stand there as a dragonkin kind of walks out over towards you. His long, bluish scales that seem to almost stretch unnaturally in comparison as he comes walking over. No large wings. His bright blue scales, though, glimmering a little bit in the snow and the dim light. He kind of looks over at you as he stands about 6 feet tall, and you can hear his metal kind of like shoving the snow as he's like kicking dirt with his heavy metal boots as he walks over in his plate. He looks over at you and just goes, "All right, papers."
James would produce.
Ironheart Merchant
Actually-
papers.
Yeah. In this instance, I guess James would produce what identifying papers he still would have at this point from everything.
He kinda,
If any.
I was gonna say, as you
Ironheart Merchant Company.
as you
papers.
kind of look at him for a second and then think and take your like the tax documents you have out to show your sigil and your marking of behind Greg's Tom's territory. He kind of looks at them for a second and looks at you and goes, "You know, last time your liege ended up in these lands, we watched him get arrested within seconds. I hope you don't suffer the same fate." As he hands you the paperwork back.
I will tip him a bit of gold too, and agree, and I'll go, I hope I don't either. I'm just here to make a good sale and buy some things as I leave.
What's a bit of gold?
I'm slipping him like 15.
Yeah, a bit of gold's 15.
As he
For
kind
me,
of
yes.
as he takes the coins and kind of looks at it and counts it and goes, looks like you'll be a favored customer in these lands, at least. He kind of turns back and gives a shout as you hear the guards begin to move the large wheel above that seems to open the doors to the castle gates. As he kind of waves you through, you see the city itself within is also covered in pretty heavy snow. People are going about quietly, but many of them wearing what looks to be heavy wool winter wear. Some of them in metal plate winter wear, some of them, most others in commoners' clothing and winter wear. As you look about, the guards themselves seem to almost be still wearing many light leathers underneath their plates. You can see a lot of it and hear many of them shivering as you pass by. The city itself seems to almost be quiet, slightly quiet just due to the dampness of the snow. And as you kind of head towards the inn that you remember going towards James, you see the now 4-story inn that has expanded out to realizing it now has not only the main inn itself of the frozen bed, but you see directly across the street with big what looks to be a lit up sign with a light spell that seems to almost light off at a specific amount of time passing. The stables that reads Rollman's Broken Mares. A massive stable that you count probably has almost 30, maybe 40 stalls just individually that you can see at the front where people are storing different creatures. Another inn off to the side of that has been set up called Folkvi's Hearth Inn. Having what looks to be the sigil of what looks to be a half-elf or a high-elf of some sort, drinking as well as tipping a bartender in the background. As you kind of pass by the original inn of the Frostbed Inn looks to now also have not only expanded to the 4 stories, but looks to have all of its decorations, silk coming out at the windows, glass that looks to be all painted and colored and designed. The building itself has been a revamp of the original wood that you had seen, and having been kind of pushed up on not stakes, stilts. Now having been fully bricked and now designed almost like a small castle tower, people seem to be going up onto the second floor, enjoying drinks out on the kind of outer area or outer eating area, as well as heading into the tavern where you can hear loud music still being played and the smell of heavy ale coming out of the tavern. In just from as you pass by, looking in the 2 inns, you can see both inns, both that have dragonkin women that look almost identical, like of Telossi. You also notice both of them have small-looking elven boys running around their taverns.
Why is there 2?
I wonder if you had more than one, my friend.
2 women as well? I had sex with 1 woman. Very clearly. All right.
Anyways, we'll go get parked up and I guess going to see, because Telossi would also know where I might be able to sell this metal.
I mean, potentially. So you're heading towards the frozen bed, and are you just going to find a place to put the wagon for the time being, or are you actually wanting to have it stored somewhere? Because for reference, the stables is like across the street and set up as a business.
I'm curious. You want to go store over there? I'm curious as to where the name came from.
We'll store the wagon over there, and the Rough Bloods will take shifts, I guess, out there.
Okay. As you start to kind of head over, veering off to the right as you do so, you see what looks to be a large, very pale-looking drakekin who stands about 6 feet tall, about 5 feet wide, and looks to be very well muscled, wearing very simple leather clothing. You see him as he is working about handing some carrots to some mules. As he looks over you, his bright green eyes kind of catching your attention. He smiles up at you and goes, welcome to Rollman's Broken Mare Stable. My name's Rolossi. How may I be of assistance?
We're going to stable the cart, and if that's... How much would that cost us?
Gold piece for the month, silver piece for the week, copper piece for the day.
I'll pay you a gold piece and you can keep the change.
He nods and goes, third stable, feel free to park it there. Your men can stand outside. I don't like ogres walking around my shop. It scares some of the beasts here, as he kind of looks about. He seems to kind of eye you up for a moment, James, and kind of looks over at Rollman in the back of in the wagon and goes, "Are you lot here for some sort, or for the festival or something?"
A few reasons.
Yeah.
What is this festival?
The uncle of the tavern owner over there, as he points over to the Frozen Bed Inn, it goes, he's following a celebration for his nephew being born.
Aye, that's part of the reason we're here.
He nods and goes, well, it's a good time. Merchants are starting to pop in. Also, the winter festival for celebrating and eating is all going on over the next month, since we can't do anything else. Drinks are good, but remember, they get more expensive the closer we get to spring.
That's fair. I was also hoping to talk to Telossi again. Last time I was in, it was a wonderful conversation with her.
She still works at the Frozen Bed Inn, though she's got a bit more rounder with child from what I've seen. Her a competitor is set up across the street, and as he kind of like points off to the right to the other inn, and points to the one with the elf drinking and what looks to be tipping a bartender, as it's sigil, and goes, Folkvie over there set up. She's got some dragonkin gal in there that's got herself a half bastard. Some elven babe, I guess. But not a bad little place.
Good to know. Thank you.
Last time we were here, this place wasn't here. Is it very recent that you've built this? It's very nice.
He nods and he goes, "Yeah, we had a big fire and explosion. Some crazy fella had an alchemy shop around here, and they nearly set half the town on fire during when all the troops were away at war. Burned down so much crap around here, we rebuilt. I got lucky in buying up some land and cut a deal with Telossi to basically set up with the name. She named the place, and I basically got to build it.
I see.
Where
Very nice.
smart money is always making sure you make good connections with the other merchants. If you can work together in tandem, make good money for it."
Of course.
Of course. Well, thank you very much.
Have a good day.
He nods and goes, "Oh, by the way, are you James of the Ironheart Merchant Company?
Aye.
Rollerman, right?" As he looks over at at you, Roland.
I just smile. That would be correct.
"Oh, you're so screwed. Hey, can I come with you? I'd love to see this."
That's up to you, my friend.
I'd like to gauge his reaction. What is he? What does he mean by that? Is he just excited to see what's gonna fucking happen?
He is slightly smiling as you see him kind of like take a very dirty cloth off of his belt and like wipe his hands from whatever was on it. And he kind of looks at you. Give me a sense move to see if you can catch exactly what it is.
You know what?
Alright.
I'll throw this down too, I guess. See if he has any ill intent towards Rollerman.
He doesn't have any ill intent towards me. I'm fairly sure on that.
Or at least hoping for your downfall in this case.
I just saw the name change. Oh no.
17.
I don't even know anything about this
Coinbender?
individual yet.
That's a nice last name, Coinbender.
Yeah, I don't know anything about this individual yet, gentlemen, so we're gonna find out as we go here. 17 and 17. James, he does not have any ill intent for your sense motive towards Rollerman. It seems he's doing this more for his own amusement, and doesn't seem to have any, doesn't have intention of hostility towards either of you. Rollerman is, for what you can tell, it seems he seems to know something, or is expecting something, and is expecting a show. So you kind of take a minute and think about it. I mean, given the way he's saying it, now the thought process goes that this might not be such a kind reunion like you thought.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me, do you know why there's two people there with two kids that look the exact same?
Oh no! He looks at you, goes, "The Frozen Bed Inn only has one elfin half bastard. He's Folkvi's kid.
Mm-hmm.
He works for Teluossi as well. Folkvi's got two boys running around here somewhere. I think she has a daughter as well."
All right. I don't mind if you come along for 3 gold.
"I ain't paying you to watch this. I'll be able to watch it from where I'm sitting right here if need be." As he kind of like looks up towards the inn.
Thought I'd try. We'll start walking over there.
As
Going
you
to
do.
James, or you want me to brave this on my own?
I'm following, my friend. I'm the one with the extra coin on hand if I need it.
You see him kind of the stableman kind of stops for a second and goes, "Oh, I should warn. There's a crazy dwarf or snowbeard that's staying at the Frozen Bed Inn. And I do mean crazy. Be forewarned."
I don't know what you mean by crazy, because I've seen all kinds. Could you elaborate on how crazy?
Well, he looks up at the window that's like one of the windows that are flapping open with the very cold breeze and the snow hitting inside, and goes, "That's what he's been sleeping like every night."
Thank you for the warning.
Yeah, nods at that and goes, "Best of luck to you." As he kind of you watch as he turns around and he seems to sit down at just perfectly, as he seems to have now a great eye line of the top of the tavern's wall for the second floor.
Okay.
All right, as you
Walking
head
in, I guess James will take the lead in
As
his
you-
armor.
as you head across the street, Going towards the inn now, a two or a four or multiple story, four-story tavern and inn, having expanded out a ton. The bricks on the bottom having replaced all the stilts. The staircase now made of solid stone as you get up to it and walk, kind of start climbing it. The original front porch where you lot had watched so many days ago, down below where your stables had been attacked for a misunderstanding. Those stables now gone, burned away, and the road now replaced and basically set all right across it. Clear lights now easily shown to where now you can actually be seen wherever you walk around the city. As you kind of take a minute to take that in, and Rollman takes his last couple of breaths before the situation continues on.
We've come a long way, James. Remember 2
Yes,
years
and we
ago?
lost something. We lost a few people, a few things I dearly cared about. Anyways,
Things?
let's get in here. 'Cause this
We
is gonna be
lost people
funny.
too. Okay.
James just kind of like is shoving and kind of shooing you over.
I'm walking in first. What are you talking about? If something's getting thrown, it's hitting me.
As the doors, or as you open the door, you immediately get hit with the smell of thick ale in the air, the smell of cooking fire, different spices kind of on the air or in the air. The warmth and heat coming from the fire pit, almost immediately hitting you as you feel the snow around your boots clearing on the front porch. The tavern itself has expanded out even more tables. The stone floors are now, as you realize, heated themselves as you take a step onto them. The bar has been redesigned to have even more shelves of alcohol, an open kitchen where you can see the chefs beginning to work, and tables and booths that you can see that most of the booths seem to have their own spells designed onto them. Bubbles seemingly shimmering around each of the booths, creating a silent spell around the individuals. As you look about, you see around 7 koboldkin, all with their light blue scales. Many of them young, many of them seemingly female, going about working, handing out customers food, kindly talking to customers. A small little half-elf child that you see kind of runs around with what you see looks to be half-elf, half fire giant, though he's quite short for his size, only coming in about 3 feet tall at what you'd roughly guesstimate around like 8-ish years old in human years. He seems to be running around with one blue eye and the other that seems to be slightly grayed as he kind of hands out customers either small cups of what looks to be some sort of dark liquid or seems to be sweeping and picking up plates and taking them back. In the distance, Roloman, as you look about, you see Teluasi working the bar as she works about with the customers. Her bright blue scales kind of glimmering from the fire as they do. Her price board on the top still stating 1,000 ruby volcanoes for a pair of landerkin, kind of, and as well as a price tag for each landerkin egg as well as drac egg posted above. She doesn't seem to look your direction as she continues working about with a few customers at the bar, who kind of sitting there. As you kind of walk in, though, taking a moment to look about and breathing in, one of the younger kobold kin female waitresses kind of come walking over to you. Her attire very simplistic and very maid-like. As she walks up, she smiles at you and goes, "Are you James of the Ironheart Merchant Company?"
Is she looking at me or Rollman?
She is looking at you, James.
Aye, yes, I am.
Oh, are you part of the Frosthammer clan?
Haven't claimed that name in a long time, but technically.
Oh, we have a guest here for you. An individual by the name of, you see her eyebrows kind of go up and down for a second. It's just, like brain is like is thinking, and she goes, "I'm not actually sure what his name is. He just kept mumbling things and then handed the master a bunch of statues and then walked into a room and hasn't come out. But he said he did put out a letter to ask for James Frosthammer."
I
What
whispered
did
to
this
James.
man look like?
Roman, as you lean down to whisper as James kind of says this. Go ahead, Roman. I'll let you finish.
You want to see if this family is important to you?
All my family is important to me at this point.
Okay. You want to go deal with that? I'll I'll stay down here.
I'm not missing what's about to happen to you.
It'll be fine. I'll retell it later.
Oh
was
no,
pretty
no,
serious.
no, no, my friend. I'll wait just a moment. If they've waited this long, because we'll find out, or they'll bring him down. One of the two. We'll see.
She kind of looks at you as you two are kind of talking back and forth and goes, you're sorry, what was your question?
Um, what did he look like?
A lot like you. It's very weird individual, but very kind. I mean, he's paid for all of his meals and tips quite well. He just doesn't come out of his room at all.
All right.
But he said,
What room is he in?
he is on the fourth floor. You'll catch him in room 3. He said to knock twice, and then declare the Frosthammer clan sigil, title, name. So some words I assume your clan has.
I have a rough idea of what to say.
She nods and goes, otherwise, please take a seat wherever you'd like if you can find a place. The bar is open as well, and if you can find an open seat, feel free to claim it there. Don't be surprised by the silent booths if you suddenly don't hear anything coming from around your booth when you sit down, as she kind of like steps away to go deal with another customer.
James is immediately beelining for the bar.
No. I'm telling him you can find a seat from far away. I don't want your personal.
I will say nothing. You will do all the talking here, friend. I have business with Helwasi after you're done.
Okay. I'll walk up to the bar, trying to sit down before they see me, and I'll enter by asking for an ale.
All right. So James, you are following behind, just to clarify.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll be climbing up on the stool and taking my helmet off.
Okay. Roland, as you walk over to the bar, and sorry, what did you say? I was reading something. I apologize.
I'll ask for an ale.
As you kind of like put your hand up to get the gal or Telasi's attention, she walks over to you two, kind of looks at you for a moment, or looks up at you for a moment, and then goes back to down to her little what looks to be a papyrus sheet, and begins to ink some, or kind of pulls a little ink pen or ink brush out and goes, "What'll you have?"
What do you got?
Well, I've got, you forgot to pick up your eggs. It's a special. She kind of goes in. How about, I showed up for 2 missions and never returned the steak. I hear it's a great Landerkin cut. Or, my favorite, you ever knock someone up and just never come back? It's a new drink we have, as she kind of looks up at you with a glare.
I see. Sorry?
Really?
Yeah.
She just stares at you. You know, I can't wait until I assume you've come into town for a couple days.
I believe so. Looking to James, how long do you think we're gonna be staying?
We're probably gonna be here until all your business is settled. And with what we've seen on the quest boards, I'll have to send a letter ahead to where we're heading, because I don't think we're getting there anytime soon.
She smiles and goes, "Oh, good. My family's been dying to meet you."
I see. You did
Yeah.
get my letter, right? I sent it as soon as I received.
A letter? No, I've not received anything. I did receive a confirmation of an ungrateful and useless organ donor. But he'll be dead soon, I imagine. As she kind of just looks at you.
What does that mean?
I'm sensing motive.
What are you sensing motive on?
Is this a threat?
Go ahead and roll.
God damn it, 10.
You are unsure if she is hostile or if she is toying with Rollman. Her current face looks to be very angry, from what you can tell, and you can definitely see a hostility behind her eyes, but that could all be just a fake of a mask, as easily as she could draw.
Service industry.
Service
Shit.
industry.
She's hard to read.
Mm-hmm. As you kind of look at her for a second, see the glare behind at Rollman, and then as a customer comes in, she immediately turns to a smile and seems happy. And James,
Oh.
it's terrifying how quick and how easy she manages to switch in
I
ways.
mean, James can do the same thing essentially at this point, but he's not that well practiced.
She looks back over at Rollman and goes, oh, I'm glad to hear you're staying in town. You have been summoned, so you'll be expected within the next day or two to attend at the Eight Pillars Academy.
Or what?
Oh, you're gonna have to prove that you are capable of being an Aussie.
What does that mean?
Oh, it entails going through the pits, surviving through the trials, going and meeting with my grand uncle, the previous king's brother. He was quite an capable individual. He's quite old though. And she kind of smiles at that. You see like almost a warmth on her face for a moment as she then goes back to, then kind of refocuses and goes, beyond that, those three things, I think that's really all you'll be needing to do.
Oh, it's very simple.
Well,
Uh,
I mean, it only took the last member that joined us 1,000 years to figure it out, so I think you'll manage.
I just hang my head.
Just, she looks at you and she goes, you know what's even better? Is the fact that I have been looking forward to this, and I didn't think you'd want to do it in the cold. No one's ever done it in the cold. Well, it's good to hear you've got. At least I know that the person who is going to be potentially the father of the next heir of the Aussie clan is going to be quite the capable warrior. She seems to give a warm smile at that. I mean, who would have thought the good?
Do I know if Roman Jr.'s born yet?
I mean, she's round. Her belly is round, from what you can tell.
Okay.
Quite
Not
round.
yet. Wait, or unless I'm,
Well,
I'm not gonna ask. Well, I just crack my neck. Let's see what we can do.
She kind of looks at you and goes, "Oh," and she looks down at James with like almost a slight distaste in her face, and immediately switches to a kind calmness of like what you'd expect of a mother going to ask you what you're going to eat. The first time, not the third time. As she kind of looks at you and goes, James, if I remember correctly, right?
Yes, you do, Talassi.
She kind of takes a second and goes, there's an individual in town. He's staying at the inn across the street, who wants to speak with you when you, arrived. I don't know why he's got business with you, but, he came in here mentioning something about the Ironheart Merchant Company, popping into town and to make him aware. If you don't mind, I'm gonna send a courier, to meet with him, or a courier, rather.
That is perfectly fine.
She nods and goes, perfect, I'll have him summoned. He probably won't be here till the late evening as it's his current drinking hours and card playing hours, so he's probably passed out drunk or currently passed out in a trash can, been with no money. One of the two.
James will tip his head like, yeah, I met a few people like that at this point.
She looks on to you and continues it and goes, if once he's here, I'll let you know. I'll make you aware. Otherwise, please feel free to take a look at the menus. As she kind of hands you two sheets of leather that's been carved into with different recipes or different dishes listed on there. And she goes, the fish is good. The most of the dwarven meat is fresh. And the goblin meat I wouldn't recommend. But if you're looking for cheap meat, it's not bad. Find yourselves a booth and get off my bar. And she kind of looks over at Rolliman.
I oblige.
I'll nod to her and go, oh, first, I heard you also had somebody else searching for me upstairs, so I'll go do that.
Oh,
by the way,
yes.
I love the look on the tavern. It looks amazing.
Be forewarned. I think your brother's upstairs. He's crazy as all hell, but man, he can carve a beautiful statue.
I don't have a brother.
Oh, yeah, sure you don't. dwarves all look the same. And she kind of goes back to like talking to another, looking over at another customer and smiles suddenly to him and seems to like hand them a menu.
James will set the menu back on the bar and hop down.
Okay. Oh my. All right. That's. I've been sent an image of a new character, and man, wow.
Could
That's
it be
a
perhaps the drunk?
that's
Could be the trash
that's
can?
a princess if I've ever seen one.
The Disney
A princess, you say?
princess.
Totally. Yeah. You got a fairy princess on your way for James. One that I think he can finally manage to convince. Otherwise, wow. Yeah. All right. Roman, are you following after James upstairs, or are you gonna go find a booth to sit in?
I'll find a booth and probably talk to some locals about this trials or whatever, so I can get information about it.
Okay. I'll take a diplomacy check or a gather info check.
James heading up to the 4th floor, room 3.
Yep, I got you. We'll do that here. We'll get to that in a second.
Fine. I'm just laughing at the fucking Telewasi shit still.
19. Okay.
Diplomacy.
Is that gather info or is that
Diplomacy?
Diplomacy. Okay. As you kind of find a couple of the locals who are look to be some of the mercenaries who've been working around here for quite a while, recognizing them from even back in 2 years ago when you were here. Two of them looking to be dragonkin that are way back 2 years ago couldn't probably keep a whole thing of leather armor between the two of them. Now both of them seem to be fully outfitted in heavy metal armors, one carrying a shield and a sword, the other carrying a heavy staff. Both looking to have done quite well for themselves. As you kind of bring up the trials to them, they both kind of look at you and seem to kind of laugh and smirk, and then the one with the wizardly-looking staff kind of looks over at you and smiles, and it begins to explain that the trials are a 4-step process, and each are required to take 100 years at minimum, as you are required to basically insulate yourself in the 4 planes of elements. Things that are only available to dragonkin of the highest nobility because it kills most other creatures because they don't have skin strong enough to survive. Or, wings. Or, need to breathe in the case of, being stuck in dirt. As they kind of begin to explain, once you prove that you can go through all 4, you are then required to meditate on the top of the peaks of the 9 pillars here in the town of Dragon's Crown, and for almost another 2 years. The expectation is that you are supposed to stay up there with nothing but your individual self, no armor, no clothing. You are basically naked to the elements and have to prove that you can survive. The last thing that they point out is the initial part is you have to start off to even get to those trials. You have to prove to the rest of the clan that aren't high ranked that you are capable of joining the family. Typically, this involves a fight, typically in a giant pit of some sort, with continuous members attacking you from the family to prove themselves higher ranked than you. There may also be competitive suitors. And there's no weight limit in this sense, or weight class. Anybody that wants to claim Telewasi as their mate could come in there to kill you. And as they report, there have been, in some cases, old dragons that have just walked in to kill young dragons just to prove themselves. And amongst the Aussie clan, there are a lot of members who really hate each other and would do anything to see Telewasi sad and upset. And killing you would be a very good benefit, as the two kind of point out. The second part of the initial 3 steps is then meeting with the head of the clan and convincing them. That's usually through debate, discussion, sometimes battle. In this case, they explain the leader of the Aussie clan is Movasi himself. And then the last one is meeting the eldest member of the family, which is considered typically a clan elder, and then proving your flame against them, meaning you have to compete with them in a breath weapon competition until one of you goes down. And if you do not beat the other, given their older constitution, then that shows that you are not fit to basically be a mate. You are old of soul in the sense. They say after you complete all those things, they don't know what the last parts are because very few have managed to survive that long.
Cool.
And that as the guys kind of mentioned this, both of them look at you and they go, "You aren't the guy who knocked up Telewasi, are you?"
Do I need to answer that question?
They both look at each other, then look at you, and they both just shake their heads no, and just like they seem to both kind of pay for a drink for you.
I'll take it.
Yes, they seem.
Roman's about to flee the country.
By the way, as I will mention, they do add a little note at the. You can't. I assume you'd bring up the 200,000, like the 200,000 gold pieces. You can't even officially pay your first like horde payment until you've completed all these steps.
Oh. Okay.
So, and if you don't, you will be killed by the entire, or you will be hunted by the clan, because you're basically, in a sense, going in, running, basically showing that you don't care about this clan, respect them in their name in any way, and basically can lay claim to any of their people, and then just leave as you wish.
We're good that I have 400 years to pay it before I have to make a payment.
Yes, but that is assuming you're actively doing the.
Yeah, I can be actively doing it.
It's true. But as they kind of run you through this, James, we'll hop over to you as you begin heading upstairs. As you do so, climbing up, the stairs themselves seem to be quite surprisingly long. It takes you a good 10 minutes of getting up almost the full 8 flights before you finally make it to the top. Feeling a slight windiness, you see the dragonkin that are kind of coming up similar to you seem to fly past you. Many of those who seem to be on the 4th floor as you finally open the door and see the long hallway that seems to extend about 15 rooms. The few that you see that are open seem to actually be dragonkin walking about or talking and discussing amongst themselves. As you head over to the door, though, kind of knocking on it, you hearing the windows kind of smacking against each other on the other side as they kind of slam into the wood every once in a while. The feel of the chill coming from underneath the door. Cinder, as you hear suddenly a loud knocking on your wooden door, what would you like to do?
The snow leopard will go open the door.
As James, as the door begins to open, you see on the other side. Well, Cinder, would you like to describe yourself and the leopard?
Yeah, the leopard's not any different than just a normal snow leopard. No gear, no special qualities, at least that you can see, other than they're slightly more muscled. Cinder is a 4'6" snowbeard, who, oddly enough, unlike most snowbeards, his beard is very unkempt, and so is his hair. It's very shaggy and thick. You immediately lock in on the horns on his head that are bent backwards. His hair is like almost covering one eye. All of his clothing and armor seems to be spun from ice, along with his staff, and he has a necklace with a heart made of ice on it. And I'll post that image.
James would take a moment, stare at this individual, blink a couple times, and go, "Uncle Sin?"
James, you look about, and for your own reference, the last time you saw Cinder here was at a family gathering when you were named heir to the family of both the Treasurehorn and the Frosthammer clans. He comes from, for your own knowledge, the Knight branch of your family, which would be technically a lower caste of your own clan that is more of a warrior and typically physically capable individuals. Not typically this type of a caste would be only marked for those who aren't magically capable and are not part of the main like bloodline. Brothers like 4 or 5th down the line are typically put into these night houses.
Cinder? Uncle Cinder? What the fuck? You vanished like 90 years ago.
It was kidnapped.
Or something. God. The fuck? And did you escape before the clans fell?
No. But this Garm didn't like cursed snowbeard walking around, so.
As I will say, as Cinder is like talking to you, the snow leopard is kind of like trying to push you in to the room and then shuts the door behind you. The snow on the ground about kind of gives a light chill. You do see a couple of small like stacked or pieces of marble brick that are in the different like parts of the process of being carved into what look to be different statuettes and such. The rest of the room looks to be very simple. I assume at least that Cinder, you're sleeping on the bed of snow in the background.
Yeah, he would have casted spells to make his own little snow bed.
Yeah, having left the other bed completely unslept in and unattended. Although you do see that the snow leopard seems to lay in it just as often.
Yep.
But yep.
Well, I'm glad to see some of my family still alive, considering everything that's happening.
Alive's one way to put it. Turns out,
Oi,
family may have been right that I'm cursed as he brushes the hair off of his left eye, and his other eye has a pure white pupil and a black ring around it.
well, they're not gonna like me much, then. James give a small smile. I ended up going to hell for a bit.
Literally, or
Moors is one damn bad place.
I thought I had it bad.
I say for a moment, Cinder, as you've heard the general rumors about your own family's clan being removed from power, though not being fully clear on every little bit of how it what ended up happening exactly and how it exactly went down. Hearing James went to Moors, something a little bit can't help to think that James might be slightly responsible given the situation.
I mean, Cinder will kind of just stare, but I don't think Cinder really cares.
Fair.
The family kind of fucked him.
Now I'm off trying to fucking do a lot of other things, although I'm a pretty successful merchant now.
Proud of you.
So
So what are you?
You remember Oh wait, no, you wouldn't have met Rollman.
Cinder just blinks.
Rollman's a bodyguard of mine, and last time we were here about 2 years ago, he may have impregnated Teluasi.
Oh, your bodyguard's gonna die.
Cinder,
I'm getting the feeling of that too.
for your own reference, last about week and a half has been nothing but hearing Movasi about the rampage coming from the pillars and feeling the mountain rumbling. Many people assuming Movasi's anger at someone impregnating his favorite family member, the one he used to dote on for their cooking ability.
You should leave town within the day, if you don't want him to die.
Yeah, Roman sneezes. Sorry.
Is up to him. I'm
Unless-
fine leaving as soon as he's
Unless
ready to go.
you can fight the King of the Dragons.
I don't believe either of us can,
Well, he's quite mad, so he's going.
but I do have some other stuff to do in town before I can leave either way. But how long have you been in town?
Week and a half. Well, kind of. Yeah. You get
Are
it.
you looking for work?
Yeah. Nothing better to do. I've just been traveling, making sculptures.
If you feel like it, you can come with us.
I will say, as James says that, you hear a light knocking on the door as you hear the sounds of heavy muddle footsteps or footfalls, kind of coming from the other side of the door. As you hear in Dwarvish on the other side, the sounds of a very gruff dwarf and kind of shout out, "We're looking for the House of Frosthammer. There's an escaped convict running about the territory of Dragon's Crown, and by the orders of the House of Venkos, we are looking for him. Who stays in this room?"
James sees Cinder blink, and then Cinder goes to hide.
James puts his helmet on, assuming I would have taken it off to
Yeah, so
talk
you've
to
had
this
your
thing,
helmet off the entire time when you walked up, yep.
and walk over to the door, opening it, looking them dead in the eyes and going, "The Ironheart Merchant Company's in this room. Back off."
You see like 30 dwarves in heavy iron armor carrying what look to be enchanted axes that you clock immediately to be at least masterwork without even an appraise check. As the one kind of standing in front of you wears the sigil of Venkos on their chest, their armor a little bit finer, but still battle scarred. It's hard to tell immediately how old they are because their helmet covers their face, but you see a pretty long beard that sticks out from underneath, and it's very gray instead of white, kind of catching your attention. This individual is definitely a bit older than the average dwarven soldier. As he looks at you and goes, Ironheart, oh shit! As he turns over and you see he looks over at the other guard and goes, alright, listen up. We got the wrong one. I told you lot there were fucking snowbeard merchants in this land, in this city, and we weren't supposed to be bothering them. As he turns and goes, I do apologize, good sir. We were told about a escaped fugitive by the House of Enkos. We're supposed to return them back to the territories. They've got a 1,000,000 gold piece bounty, so if you find any information about this individual Frosthammer, please don't hesitate to come find me.
Do you have a wanted poster or defining features? I give him the look of,
Well, I can't see your face.
well, we can tell each other apart. No one else can.
He kind of looks. The individual looks at you and goes, yeah. His most distinct features is he's got two large horns sticking out of his head, and demonic eyes. He's also noted for having a horrendously filthy beard, as well as long, unkempt hair. Multiple scars across his body from the time of imprisonment. And he should be wearing nothing but ice. Like actual ice. We don't know how he figured that one out, but we assume that he's a snowbender.
I'll keep an eye out then.
He nods and goes, "Hey, he's a capable Warrowan. I legitimately do not mean a joke by that. This individual is someone to be feared if you do see them. Please do come report." As he kind of looks at you. You do see he kind of looks about the room and goes, as he kind of stands up a bit more and goes, "Oh man,
Missed home.
I just can't help but notice the statues. Are you I'm quite the marble craftsman myself, and back home I was quite the capable person. And it's interesting, because the person we're looking for is rumored to be a stone crafter."
James will take off his helmet.
He looks at you and goes, "Aren't you..." Oh, and you see for a moment a sense of recognition, and you hear him go, "You're the guy with the 2,000,000 gold piece bounty on you." No, man, we are not. No, never mind. I apologize, sir. I understand the Ironheart Merchant Company is quite a capable group. I do apologize for the bother today. And he starts to kind of back away for a second. The rest of his soldiers seem to follow after.
Have a wonderful day.
You see one of the soldiers, you hear them kind of, not lightly whispering, but doing it just low enough not to be too well heard. You hear one go, "Is that the guy who is taking on the entirety of the First King's cult and the House of Closen?" As they kind of go jogging down.
Is not my problem.
Rollman, you see a group of dwarves in heavy armor kind of sneaking out through kind of starting to find themselves out the back way of the inn's bottom floor, as they disappear out the back door behind the stairway.
James will shut the door, turn to Cinder, and go, "You're coming with me, and we're getting you cleaned up."
All right.
With your permission, once you say "all right," James snaps casting prestidigitation, cleaning you up at least enough so you don't get immediately recognized.
I think Cinder just looks up, as if looking at the horns, and just looks back at you unimpressed.
Cinder's beard grows to almost 4 times the length when it's straightened out and cleaned. His hair also now swooshes down onto the ground back and forth instead of being a nice bundle. And it now looks silky smooth. Cinder, this is the first time you felt like this since last time you were treated as a noble, when you had your last bath, truthfully.
Usually I keep the hair, thick but short for winter. This is interesting.
And then James will go about getting him prepped with using the hair to wrap around the horns to hide it.
I will say, almost immediately as the prestidigitation finishes, you watch as the beard springs back up and the hair kind of bundles back up onto itself.
Perfect. Well, we clean it now, at least.
As a little bird flies out of it.
Yeah.
No, Flappy, come back.
Snow Leopard tries to catch it before it goes flying out the window, but suddenly fails to grab it.
He was going to be lunch.
I'll pay for your lunch. Don't worry about it. So, what materials do you need to transport? Because we can take them down and we can get you to the ship pretty quick.
I got a sled of 800 pounds of marble. The thing across the street.
Well, that's less than what I currently have in platinum, so should be fine as long as I can sell off that platinum.
All right. How am I getting out of here without being noticed? I'm kind of noticeable for a lot of reasons.
The snow leopard kind of go. You see as they kind of curl up onto Cinder and seem to like push themselves up under Cinder's nose, like a mustache almost, and tries to sit there and just looks over at James.
I have one item for this, and I don't want to pull it out. I don't want to use this. As I pull out the bag of holding, would have basically a piece of parchment just stuck to it at this point with a hazard symbol.
Oh no!
What is
that
it? What is this? I don't know.
This is the troll ass cloak.
You pull that out?
That's not out. It's still in the bag.
No, don't pull that out. What are
You
doing?
know, actually, I think I can hide myself as I'm going to cast a spell.
Thank you.
Cinder
Good
sensing,
call.
having a danger sense moment of like what a predator senses, like, oh, there's a trap laying ahead in that bag to him. There's a quick moment, Cinder, in your mind where you realize Jim might be trying to turn you in and kill you here for a second, or he might just be stupid, and you're not sure which yet.
I'm going to cast Chameleon.
I didn't have any spells prepped for transporting a wanted man.
Color-wise,
Okay.
I blend in with whatever surface I'm near at the time.
Yeah.
You watch as the snow, almost immediately, Cinder turns almost white as snow, as the snow behind him.
Oh, that should work. You can sit in the cart, and so long as no one sees you, no one will question it.
Then it'll just nod.
We can't see your nod, man.
The cat. Well, no, he can because of his snow leopards. What was the name of your snow leopard?
Frost.
Frost, yeah. Because of Frost's being pushed up against his face. So technically, you can see based on that.
Okay.
I'll give you a full rundown on what I'm doing once we're back on the ship. But you'll have your own room. Come on, we'll get you back, and I have to ask Tilawasia just a simple question. Before leaving.
As Cinder climbs onto Frost and basically blends in with the back of Frost's fur, like almost a hump on Frost. Frost seems to follow you down.
James heads down and would walk over to the bar.
As you do, Roman, you see this weird-looking snow leopard with almost a growth on its back that looks very lumpy as it just walks over and then sits down. As something kind of something strange seems to, because of the chameleon spell, almost as if the floor is moving. You kind of take a second and blink, and there's nothing there. It's just, the ground looks off now. The booth looks off. It's strange. But as James kind of takes a seat next to you, with Cinder now chameleoned into the booth itself, in the corner of it, completely
James,
out.
why is there a snow leopard right there?
Roll him in here's right to him. Please don't sell me out.
I'm not going to. The snow leopard's a friend, and the thing that you're noticing is also a relative.
Okay. Why
Let's
are they...
leave it at that. I'll explain it on the ship.
As you say that, you see, as the doors open, and, well, I mean, Thrag, would you like to describe yourself? Thrag, you're still on mute on your end. Oh.
Thrag has left the building.
Thrag has thrown himself off the balcony.
Thrag comes in, looks at you, closes the
Hello?
door, walks out. Welcome back.
Welcome.
So, yeah, you see a stout snowbeard man in dwarven armor. Pretty short beard for a snowbeard, with a kind of fat mustache that curls at the ends, and like weirdly long pointed ears, and glowing golden eyes. And I'll post this picture just for reference, so you
I'll
guys
roll
see.
his
This
check
is
to see if I remember this person.
This is your great princess.
That's
This is
not
that's what made me laugh when Cameron mentioned the princess thing. When I saw that, I'm like, oh my god, that all right. So it took
I'm
me
your
a
fucking
second.
princess.
I'm
Guys
gonna
are
roll
so
a
many
history check to see
dwarves.
if I recognize you.
Sure.
Well, we are right next door. That's a nat 1. I don't know who the fuck you are.
The name Coinbender could be anything. It's not. It's not an immediate noble name that catches your attention. That's the only thing I'll give you, James. It's not one of the major play houses. Beyond that, as you look over at the individual as the doors open, a very tired-looking courier behind them kind of pointing over towards your booth as they do so. As Thrag seems to look over, following the courier's pointed finger towards you, and seems to walk over. The only thing.
Courier
Go ahead.
leads him over. I'll be tipping them 4 gold.
Oh no, as you see, he leaves the courier behind at the door, who seems to lean over and then grab a chair to sit down and catch their breath.
Kind of nod at the courier. Thank you. And waddle my way over.
As you see Rolliman, a snow leopard, James, and there's not something there, but it just seems kind of slight. The wall looks off in the corner booth. It's just something kind of, it's not enough to make it like it's something that's gonna bother you, but it's enough to catch your eye out of the corner of your eye every once in a while. It looks as if the surface is a little more bumpy than it should be. But as you see James and Rollman talking in the booth, the snow leopard sitting there kind of licking itself as you walk over.
Are you James?
Aye.
All right. You see, Thrag starts to stick his fingers down his throat to gag himself. And he throws up on the floor in front of you, and coming out of his gullet, you see a couple hefty sacks of coin, a few loose coins that kind of clink to the ground, some just like 7 or 8 cards from a deck of cards, and then a rolled up parchment that kind of like falls to the ground. He scoops all this stuff back up in his arms, and one by one starts to swallow them back down, all except for the rolled parchment.
You
he
see.
I'm these are for you. And
take
he
the-
passes the papers over.
It hasn't been an hour, so I'll make sure the papers are clean, I guess, with the prestidigitation.
No. The waiter or waitresses are looking on in absolute
And
disgust.
I will also clean up the pile of puke as well with that. Just
It's mostly
Wait,
liquid.
take-
It's
As
mostly
the
booze.
liquid goes into like a wind and blows out the door, out the door as it kind of bellows and
There's
then
someone
hits
going
into
in.
the snow, thankfully avoiding anyone coming in. As you hear in the distance it hit the water or the watery snow.
I look to the waitstaff. Do they seem a little bit more relieved that they don't have to deal with that?
They look completely. The waitresses look disturbed. Telossi just shakes her head and goes back to working with another customer. She puts on the smile again.
Creative storage method, sir.
Thank you. Made it myself.
Horrifying storage method, but creative. As I'll unroll them and start reading the parchments.
Yeah, so the parchment details that this person, Thrag Coinbender, is to hereby report to the Ironheart Merchant Company to complete 380 days of merchant community service. wherein every day he must pay 15 gold pieces to the owner of the Ironheart Merchant Company and serve as staff or crew member in whatever way the leader of the Ironheart Merchant Company deems. There's a bunch of like legal shit that removes the Ironheart Merchant Company from like legal trouble if this figure dies under your
Employee.
command. Though you can't actively send them into a suicidal mission legally, or you will be fined for that.
What's the fine?
The fine is 2,000 gold pieces. um,
All
and
crimes are legal if you have enough money.
It's true.
and it's signed at the bottom by Greg's Maritime himself.
It is?
All right.
Sure is.
Oh, all right.
Even Greg didn't know.
Greg was probably drunk.
Greg is finding out more about this character than as much about this character
Look,
as you are.
Greg goes through a lot of paperwork. He doesn't look over
He
everyone
starts
with the same-
signing stuff, you know.
I imagine he has a special prestidigitation spell that's permanent for it or something.
Just a signing spell.
Just a
Or, you know,
snap and
or, you know,
everything's signed.
A fucking stamp,
Yeah, it's called a stamp.
not a spell. You can just stamp shit.
Stamps are magic.
No, friendship is magic. Anyway,
Alright,
so,
Thrag.
that Thrag.
Thrag?
No, Thrag.
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 That's what I'm saying.
No, you're saying Thrag. I'm saying Thrag.
James, what does the
Thrag.
parchment say?
Well, we have a new employee for the next 300 and so days.
380.
For what? What'd you do?
You don't
I'm
want to
not
know.
going. I'm not going to ask, and I don't want to know. All I will ask is, what are your capabilities?
Kind of jack of all trades, master of all trades. I'm pretty good at doing just about anything. I can eat shit, but not actual shit. Don't make me eat shit. I'll fucking kill you as soon as my time is up. Yeah,
So you have no
I'm just
specialization.
fucking sick.
So you have no specialization.
Oh, I have plenty of specialization in just about everything.
Okay.
Jack of all trades, master of all.
You hear on the wind
James,
from
Kind of the
nowhere.
best there's ever been.
How long have you been in town?
Just a few days. I was sent here to wait. You see a coin kind of coughs up, and he catches it midair and swallows it back down.
All right. Well, first I have to go find a place to offload some product that we have. DM.
Mm-hmm.
Out of my base knowledge, would I know where I can offload this much material of platinum?
Goods.
Sorry, as far as it goes from what you saw in town, so I just can't get past the Rumpelstiltskin visualization I've got for this character now.
I
all
can't
that comes to
either.
mind.
That's why I'm trying to move on.
So, where was I? Yes. So as you passed through the town coming in, you did see a large open market that seemed to have a bunch of merchants setting up stalls around as light spells were hitting lamps around the area and beginning to warm up the grounds to keep the snows from the market kind of cleaned out. So there's the market district, or the open market you could try to and see if you could get lucky to sell it there. There, from what you saw, is still the adventuring guild called Forge Hands. Is still set up if you want to stop by trying to sell it there. There is a new merchant guild in town that has popped up that seems to be called the Cryptic Death, and has the moniker of what looks to be a casket. There we go. That's the term. A large casket as their sigil. As beyond that, then there's of course the smithy that you saw to your. I don't know how fortunate or unfortunate you would consider it, but the humming anvil is still open by the black scaled kobold Kazasi.
I hold nothing against Kazasi. We are even at this point. For
I
all
didn't-
intents and
And don't
purposes.
talk to him.
I will say you didn't see him there. You did see a black kobold, and it looked almost identical to the same individual you had seen last time, and it was still the same business name of the humming anvil.
Advice from me: don't talk to him.
So yeah, you've got the two inns, the humming anvil, the stables, the merchant guild of the Cryptic Death, the adventuring guild of Forge Hands, or the market. You could also try your luck at trying to go up to the castle itself and basically seeing if you could sell it there. However, you haven't seen any merchants go in and out of the castle itself as of yet. So
Yeah, no, that with the amount of platinum I have, I'd basically have to sell it off to nobility. So I'll go up and see if Telossi knows of anyone who's interested in buying a lot of platinum.
Yeah, as you kind of stand up after with all this and looking at your crew, well, most of your crew, the ones that aren't chameleoned into the background here of the booth,
Yes.
kind of standing up and walking over towards the bar. Telossi looks over at you as you walk over, and she kind of smiles as she greets you again and goes, let me guess. You need to know why those dwarven guards were hunting your friend?
No, I can make a good guess on that. I was wondering if you knew where I would be able to sell off a large amount of platinum, actually.
Are you going up to the castle itself or the magic academies? Because they'll buy platinum like it's candy. You can also try for some of the nobles that are visiting, but you're gonna have to head towards. Well, actually, if you just stick around here till tonight, then most of the nobles will come through. You might be able to sell something to one of the lesser clans. We have, I think, Alia is in town as well as Terrassa, and they are, I believe, both planning to set up their further on their town. So maybe they'll buy it from you.
I will pull out. I'm gonna pull out 49 gold to give to Telossi for the information, and simply ask, "Do you have any sure bets on getting rid of all of it in one go?"
I mean, I could act as a middleman for you, but I have a requirement for you.
What's your requirement?
She looks over at Rollman and goes, he has to come with me.
Can you ensure that he's not going to be killed?
No.
James is thinking on this, and will look at her and go, "Can you try your best that he won't be killed?"
Not in the slightest. Listen, if you want me to keep that Hopper as the kindest term I'm gonna use, little harlot he is. After I heard about the other princess, by the way, I know about that drift woman.
Ooh.
Best thing I will
James is just gonna-
promise is that he won't die unless he runs his mouth.
I think I can agree to that.
She nods and goes, alright, I'll set up a sale, but... and then it'll have to happen tonight. That's the quickest I can turn this around. How much platinum is it?
About, well, with my current connections, 1.2 million gold's worth.
She looks at you and goes, that... with almost a straight face, she goes, she kind of shakes her head now and goes, no, like, actually, how much is it? That'd be ridiculous. That's basically like saying you just killed like 7 Gloom Queens.
Full value and as material, 600,000.
She looks at you and goes, alright. Well, let me see what I can do. That's still a bit much for what I would have expected. Interesting. She kind of nods. And how much are you wanting to sell it at?
I'll be activating my favorite in the guild since there's a guild presence from Greg Martom here. Double its price.
She looks at you and goes,
I have to make a profit here.
give me a diplomacy check.
This involves making money. Friendly face is gonna get popped as well, so I have a plus 15. $23. I'm glad for the plus 15. It's not the best I could have done though.
She nods and goes, fine. I'll be back here when the sun goes down, and rather, I guess when dinner is being served, and I'll make sure everything's set up.
All right.
She nods and looks over at Rollman, gives a slight disdainful glare for a moment, and then goes back to another customer.
I'm gonna go over to Rollman. You're gonna go with Telewasi for a bit at some point. Don't run your mouth. Don't even speak.
Or what?
This is to ensure that we can sell things and get out of here quickly if you'd like to.
I mean, I just wanted to check out this pit thing. That's the first step to maybe worth.
If you
looking at.
killed during that, I would like to have your last will and testament ready.
Damn. Okay.
That way I can make sure Drift knows who killed you and you can be the cause of a fucking war.
Cinder and Thrag listening to this as they sit there.
You can have all my shit, James. I don't really care.
Can I have some of your shit?
No, I don't know you.
James will just quickly draw off a last will and
You
testament
hurt
for
my
Roland,
feelings.
giving him ownership of his stuff to be decided to be split between his kids.
I will mention, as Rollman mentions the pit, you do watch the and more you feel, James, the bench you're sitting on shivers slightly as over at the chameleon kind of pushed up against the wall that seems to still, again, be close enough to the wall to be unnoticed when you stare at it closely, but as you look away, it seems to almost kind of catch your eye. You feel your uncle slightly disturbed by the comment.
But we'll make a quick run back out to the ship for now.
Okay.
I believe, because we do have to be back here by tonight.
Can I look
If I'm
over your
understanding-
legal documents?
Are you an attorney?
Sure am.
Need to say
I'll
you're
have to
expert in
introduce you to my
everything.
legal team then.
I'm what?
I'm
half deaf. You gotta speak up.
I'll have to introduce you to my lawyer then,
Oh,
before I let you look over my documents.
okay.
Um,
Off we go then.
Alright.
yeah.
So you head back to the ship?
Yeah, we'll go collect the rough blood since the platinum should be safe there.
Yeah. Well, assumedly the platinum's on your wagon, so.
Yeah, we'll be back with it tonight anyway, so.
Nope. So where are you heading exactly?
Straight out to the ship with Cinder hiding in the back.
Oh, okay, I got you. All right, now I got it.
And their wagon.
Smuggling a man out of the city here.
Are we taking their marble too? I assume.
Yeah.
You taking the rough bloods in the wagon? Okay. All right.
We'll also
Yeah.
get their marble while we're at it to take the ship.
Yeah, Thrag.
I'll stay with the Ironheart because if James is dropping the number, I'm gonna stay here, especially if no one else is staying.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah, no, he's taking the wagon with you. You guys are taking the wagon with you.
both
Yeah.
wagon. Okay.
Yeah.
yeah, we're all
Okay.
gonna head out and come back in the evening.
All right.
Yeah, as you kind of head over to the stables or kind of get up and head out towards the snow, heading into the street, Cinder is still kind of vanished, though his footprint's still showing in the snow where he steps. The snow leopard kind of beside him as he walks with you. As the five of you rather, walk towards the stables, you see the Drake or the Sand Dragonkin, Drakekin, kind of look over. Rolossi kind of smiles and goes, "So you didn't get thrown out into the streets? I'm honestly shocked.
That's probably would have been preferred.
I
Got
mean,
anything advice for the pits?
oh yeah." A great grandfather Mavasi, the first Mavasi, have been dying for a fight. I wouldn't do it if I were you. He's an old bastard. He ain't the oldest, and that's what makes him angrier for some reason. He puts it. He's always second, and he's always been second. He's got a chip on his shoulder.
Mm.
Oh, my advice: don't do it.
Is the pit to the death?
Oh, if you think you can crawl out. I watched a kobold again. He tried to claim Saphira as his wife. I tell you, what Movasi did to that kobold. That kid crawled out to the edge, made it all the way out of the ring. He apologized, said he'd give up everything. Movasi dragged him back in, and then slowly beat him, kept picking him up, and then beating him again. It was something. I imagine that's similar to what your experience is going to be.
Only time will tell.
He nods and goes, I ain't never seen one of your kind take on old dragon, so good luck on it.
A learning experience, you know?
He kind of chuckles at that. Your wagon's all hooked up. I got some reins hooked up so that way those ogres can actually be attached. I take it you're taking the marble cart with you?
Aye.
He nods and goes, I saw something walking around and the windows upstairs closed, so I assume he's coming out with you.
James will just give a solemn nod.
He looks about and goes, you're taking Thrag?
I have to
Stop,
by
motherfucker.
Griggs Tom's orders.
Well, as he kind of looks at Thrag with a glare, and you can feel a tension, a hatred between these two almost immediately. He goes, I haven't forgotten you cheated me out of those cards. I know you sucked down an ace.
I play straight.
Hey, you ain't no Snowbeard playing with their stomach. I saw that ace come out of your mouth.
Fucking straight, and you can't prove anything, motherfucker.
Just because I didn't say...
Thrag, stop antagonizing other people.
I'm gonna kill you. If you're choosing this guy as your companion, I tell you, he's the worst individual I've ever seen.
I'm showing him the document stating that he has to serve with me.
I can't read as he looks at it.
It's from Griggs Maratom stating that he has to work under me for 380 days.
Griggs
don't have a choice.
Maratom is a lesser dragon lord who's worth about as much piss on my boots as it is in the snow. That individual is worth... that paperwork around here is worth about as much as you can wipe your own ass with it.
What the fuck are you talking about? I got more paperwork. Not that you can read it.
And not like you could actually earn an honest day's worth. Yeah, damn cheat. We know
James is just going to
half the
sigh.
waitresses are knocked up by your tiny ass. You know you're gonna be tossed in those pits and eaten, Thrag. He just stares.
I'm giving
Thrag
this.
goes invisible.
I'm just gonna quietly hand
Oh,
fucking
Oh, fine.
Thrag quick.
Rolossi another 5 gold as a tip for putting up with him and go, just...
Where the fuck did he go?
No,
Did you teleport
Hey, Thrag.
him? You can
Hey,
teleport
Thrag.
him.
I can't teleport him.
Hey, Thrag, what's the biggest thing you can fit in your mouth?
As you look around, Rollman, Thrag's gone.
I'm just saying it to the wind.
As nothing answers.
I'm gonna roll something real quick.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Fucking Rico
Got a
from the
stack of
Penguins.
25 coins.
Where'd that come from?
Right behind you.
I gotta kick him in the nuts.
What?
Fuck you. Alright.
Alright, yeah, roll non-lethal unarmed attack.
Armed attack.
I guess it's a cold shot, so I'll give you a +3 to your AC for that.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, he's trying to aim for your balls here.
Oh,
specifically.
11.
I assume that
11. Ah, fucking misses.
as you kick like the snow, Rollman, expecting to hit something right behind you, your leg goes high, and Rolossi looks over at you and goes, "I've tried. He teleports around and then makes his voice appear in random places. It's not even worth it. Also, he's got balls of iron. We've already watched one of the waitresses
James
kick
can
him.
see him is the thing in this instance, because I have Earth Sense, so if he's within 20 feet of James, I know where he is.
Well,
Yeah,
you can't see him. You can sense
very
his presence.
stumpily, like waddling behind Rolliman, whatever way he starts to turn.
He
James will make sure to pay Rolossi the tip and go, that's just for you. Don't worry about it.
Okay, he goes, "Is this to keep my mouth shut about your the guy from upstairs and the snowbeard's coming around asking me about him, or is this to not go and kill your friend Thrag
What
over
guy?
there?" He looks
The
about.
one guy, if you want to kill him, that's on you.
He nods and goes, "You hear that, Thrag? Wherever your fucking weird ass is, I'm gonna get you for coughing up that ace, and when I find out it's in your gut, I'm gonna kill you and skin you."
Hey, Wolf, does Thrag smell?
No, actually.
Really?
Not after the press
Thrag
edition.
has no scent.
Oh,
Interesting.
I didn't know that.
That is- yeah, we're all finding about this Disney princess character.
As those Rolossi kind of goes over, tidying up the wagon, kinda beginning to get everything set up. He looks at the snow leopard, kind of like tilts his head for a second, looks back at James, and then just shrugs and goes, that can't be Thrag."
No, Frost there is not drag.
All right. Give me one moment. I have to pull up something. I wasn't expecting to roll something. Someone's just requested.
As James will make sure to load the wagon with Frost and Frost's company.
13.
If you commit a crime, I'm turning your ass in.
Shut the fuck up.
He looks about and he goes, "God damn it, Thrag, you and that icy... I saw you use this on that rod, fella. I know it's you. Whatever that cold is, my feet aren't getting any number. They're gonna still be real warm when they end up in your ass." As he looks around.
Are his boots
You
missing
know
or
what? This is
something?
a perfect
You
time to
do
check
see
something.
a light frost seems to kind of be accumulating on Rolossi as he's walking around.
This is the perfect time to test something if something works, because I can double check and see if it works. I'm going to use the status plate to see which direction it's showing Thrag in.
You're gonna use what?
So Thrag's not technically officially a party member, and therefore I don't think it falls under your status plate, does it?
Does it say crew for status place or does it say
Let me
party
double check
for-
the item really quickly. Un momento.
Also, what are you doing that? You could just. Oh, you're testing it. Okay.
I'm testing the item.
Yeah.
Since I've been robbed of stuff through this type of thing, I'm trying to make sure it works.
Alright. I need a will save, Thrag.
Oh my god. Oh no.
Also, James, I will say, technically, I'm gonna give you an advantage on the will save because you haven't touched Thrag. So technically, this would normally work on Thrag.
Fuck you.
So
+2.
yeah. So go ahead and roll still, Thrag, for the will save to see if you're even affected.
Yep.
And do you have any spell resistance by chance?
Oh, fuck yeah, that's a 24.
24. Do you have spell resistance by chance?
I sure don't.
Okay, cool. 24, I believe, succeeds your DC. Am I correct, James?
Yeah, it'll pass that for this.
As you go to activate it, looking about, you see Rolliman, yourself, Frost, and that's it.
because
Oh, and the Rough
Yeah.
Bloods, of course, because that you have tapped them before.
spell save is spell level plus spell
Yep.
plus my casting stat.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep.
Don't worry, it does not add up to a 24.
You're
No,
not
you
being
do
a
the
24.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. So as you look at, you see. You also don't see Cinder on there.
Oh, all right.
Just get moving.
Rollosy kind of goes about tying up the marble cart onto yours, making it able to be easily dragged in the snow as he does so, and kind of looks about at you and goes, "All right, you can do me a favor and not bring that little harlot around here anymore. That cheating bastard, I swear, if you ever do, let him know. I'm gonna take his balls next time, and I'm gonna attach giant blue balls to him like I promised."
That is a strange threat, but okay, sir.
You don't know Dragonkin? Don't worry about it then.
All right. Off we go back to our ship.
As the blood
let's
start
head
to
back.
mush, they start pulling with Cinder, and as he climbs onto the wagon to the spot where the platinum isn't. Rollman climbing into back, and Thrag, I assume, following shortly after. Frost kind of climbs up onto the marble bricks on the other wagon and seems to fall asleep on top of them.
Does Thrag ever reappear? Is he just gonna stay invisible for the whole trip?
I was gonna say, yeah.
No, yeah, Thrag reappears once they're out of eyesight.
All right. As you lot begin to head towards head towards the gate and the front of the city, passing by a few more buildings, Thrag reappears in the back of the cart with you all. As,
How long was he invisible for? I would have been counting. As soon as he went invisible.
Would you have?
Oh,
Mhm.
fuck.
He wants to know.
Rollman would definitely have. He's trying to learn what this guy's fucking good at.
Since James was given such an evasive fucking answer, yeah.
Thrag was invisible for 6 minutes.
Okay.
Yep. As you guys continue to go through the streets, James kind of is pointing towards where the Rough Bloods are to follow as they kind of have to kick some of the snow, knocking some of the chunks of ice out of the way. One of them picking up an old dragonkin lady that seems to have fallen over into the snow as they straighten her up and then continue on. As you get past up to the gate, the guards seem to kind of annoyedly order the opening of the gates once more as you walk through, but seem to let you pass without issue. As you head up to the city, you do see a small camp about a quarter of the mile from the gate that looks to be you immediately recognize the dwarven noble house of Venkos flag kind of flying almost all around of it. Smaller tents that look to be either of Snowbeard or something similar size seem to be kind of spotting around as you count roughly around 50 to 100 tents kind of scattered together. Or not scattered, spread out. Go ahead.
Given that we do know about the quest that is preventing trade from going between Dragon's Crown and the Snowdwarf lands, I might use them to send a letter at some point. James is thinking about this because getting through there, while not impossible, is unlikely until that problem's taken care of.
Fair. But as you guys start to kind of head out the gate, Cinder, are you still keeping up your chameleon spell?
I mean, until I'm at the ship.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Alright then, as you lot continue on, kind of almost sitting in an awkward silence as you continue mushing through the snow, getting to the fucking ship itself, seeing a few more ships having landed off to the far side of the make to kind of skyport as it's being labeled, and you see a few signs that are being set up. Rough timber being set in stacks on the side to eventually what you'd assume in the spring to build better accommodations. But as you lot head over, getting the pulley system to get ready if he's set up, one of the giants looks at you, James, kind of waiting to see if, or giants, one of the ogres looks at you, waiting to see if you want them to have the cart with the platinum hauled up once more.
The platinum's staying down here, guys, and you guys have definitely earned some of that nice fire dragon ale that we have, fire draconic ale that we got.
They nod. They're each of them smiling at that, and Krark. Is it? Hold up, checking my own notes here to make sure I have the right name. Yeah, Krark. Yeah. Kind of looks over you, the oldest of the group, and goes, "Marble going up."
Yeah, that's going to be going up though.
And he nods and goes, and as he grunts, the ogres begin to kind of head up the stair slash ramp up towards the ship's dock or the deck, and kind of gets everything begins to lower down the pulley system as they get set up. As you start to disembark and head up towards the ship. Once again, a lump having grown on Frost as Frost seems to follow up behind you lot as you climb onto the ship and down to the second deck with the rest of the crew. Most of the crew seems to be kind of dozing, napping, or reading and writing. Those few that seem to know they're actually are literate. Ugh. But as you head down below, the smell of something warm being cooked. At this point around midday, a little bit before before noon itself. It's still heavily snowing outside. The cold wind still above is quite chilling as you head down into the belly of the ship and feel the warmth of it. Frost and Cinder, as well as Thrag, the crew kind of looks over towards your direction as you'd enter down into the second deck, seeing the multiple bunks and the different crew members walking about. As you look about, they kind of stare at you, waiting to see what happens. Cinder still a growth on the back of Frost as you lot kind of come into the floor.
Thrag, could you go watch the wagon? That way no one takes off with it.
Sure, boss. Thought I was here to meet the legal team. But
You'll meet them
that's
afterwards.
fine. Well, all right.
Can't have products stolen.
Head over and watch it.
Yeah, as you watch the ogres kind of pull up the marble block, cart or a sled. I think it's a sled, right? That Cinder had.
Yeah, I have a sled.
Yeah, using the pulley to pull up the marble block sled, and leaving the wagon down there. There's one of the ogre brothers is still standing down there, waiting with the cart as you just kind of stand at the top, Thrag, looking down. Not many people are walking by, and it's pretty much just a snowy wasteland as you look out. So it's not the most fun job, but and it's definitely cold out here. As you watch or hear the rest of the crew down below.
Damn it.
Or just stop antagonizing them.
Above cold, frosty, enjoying the snow coming down.
Frosty.
I guess yes, if you will.
The snow leopard.
Frost.
No, Frost.
Snowman.
But as Cinder climbs off Frost, I assume dropping the chameleon spell.
Yeah, and I do also want to tap Thrag, and I'm going to cast looks. I'm going to be nice. I'm going to cast Endure Elements.
Aw, thanks, buddy.
Thrag, as you feel the slight bite of the cold wind that you were feeling earlier, not much of it, but given you're on rice, but enough to catch your attention, immediately vanishes. The snow isn't nearly as uncomfortable a walk through. The wet boots you have now walking on the snow isn't as bad as it was a moment ago.
You're a pretty good guy.
Cinder will just throw you a wink with the non-cursed eye, and he'll just walk back down with the others.
What how do you through you wink with this cursed eye?
Hey, Roland can try and seduce him and find out.
No.
No, I think Roland's finally learning that seducing people has problems, has fucking consequences.
As consequences. Well, it only has consequences if you give them a child.
True. But as you head down below deck, the rest of you, the crew kind of watches you and goes back to their business as they were, as they kind of realize James is bringing in just more crew members. Kind of as the light whispering and murmuring goes back to the previous sound, sound. The rest of the crew kind of leaves you be, James, with as you bring in Cinder down below.
I'll show Cinder to what was Nar's room, which has now been emptied and unoccupied since the magic wouldn't activate without someone living in it. This will be your room. It'll change into what you want when you enter.
As you walk by, you hear the loud, sudden screams of pain and horror coming from Melvin's room, and then wet thumps of something heavy and meaty hitting the side of the deck that caused the entire ship
Ignore
slightly
that.
to move.
Ignore that. That's Melvin.
Cinder's eyes slightly unfocused as he seems to start having flashbacks.
I just shake my head.
Really need to make sure that when we get the upgrades to the ship, we get silence put on that room.
Little did you know, in the background, Melvin is just describing to Zebril exactly what happened in Zebril's native tongue.
Yeah,
Yes, yes.
we're just
So
talking.
you're Cinder. Is that your name? Yes.
Yes.
Nice to meet you. I am Rollerman. Hold up my hand to shake.
Nice to meet you as well. His hand is incredibly cold to the touch, and his hand seems a little stiff.
All right. What are you good at? Seems maybe are you some sort of ice mage?
Winter druid.
Winter druid. Oh, so you can turn into animals? Yeah. I think it's the ability of a druid.
No,
No?
not enough druid to do that.
Okay.
Specialized skill set, ice magic specific.
Okay. Okay, we'll see.
Although he is a great stone carver.
Also discovered a new material.
What material?
Which is?
Blue ice.
That sounds interesting. You think I'd make a weapon from it?
Well, I have a weapon made from it. As
Interesting.
he'll pull off a scimitar perfectly made of ice.
That is very nice.
You know that gloom metal, mithril.
Mithril?
Same thing. As he'll tap the scimitar, does the same thing.
As it taps James, you hear the ringing of the ice, and it sounds almost perfectly like what Mithril is described as sounding in the few times you've heard it in market before tapped.
That is impressive.
Hold up my hand to hold the weapon.
I'll let you hold it. Just know it's gonna make you feel pretty numb pretty fast.
It's very cold.
As you hold it, blue ice weapons, if you don't have cold resistance or immunity, you get a negative to like everything.
Oh, really?
Actually,
it's a minus.
It's far worse in this situation, not because of the ice weapon, but I need a will save from Rollman.
Okay.
I wasn't aware of this. Oh, interesting.
Of what?
You're gonna see here in a minute.
Is this an enchantment?
No.
It's just a scimitar.
It's not the item
just a
itself that's
scimitar.
causing the issue, no. It's your eye begins to twitch.
That makes more sense.
31.
Oh, fuck, you actually succeeded. Well, thankfully you don't pass out, but as for a moment, visions begin to pass across your head, swimming as you see an entire army of Toth fighting off hordes of fiendish creatures surrounded by like a heavy and thick stone halls, carrying these ice-like scimitars, fighting to the death against these massive fiendish creatures that look almost insane. There's no way to describe them, as they are almost beyond comprehension as you look upon them, tearing and ripping into the Toth as if they were small birds of prey. Birds that are prey. But as you watch on for a moment, you see these Toth begin to glow as one of them in the center starts to their eyes begin to brightly flash, their body begins to create a reddish illumination around them. They start to grow a little bit larger, and their muscles seem to expand as they start shooting just pure raw magic out of their hands towards these creatures, these fiendish beings that are attacking them and surrounding them. The ice weapons begin to glow with a similar reddish tint, and as the Toth kind of push forward in a almost last ditch effort as you watch the fiends being pushed back, as your mind comes back to the moment. This happens in like the briefest of seconds to the rest of you.
Roman looking a bit concerned. You said you discovered this?
I don't know if I'm the first, but no one told me about it. As far as I know, I'm the first.
And recalling back to our visit to the Toth, I've never seen anything that looked like this, right?
Nope, you've never Toth didn't sell any items like this. This wasn't. They never even sold mithril. Like, I mean, this is a completely new material.
Hard to find too.
Interesting. I'll hand it back.
Had to dig this
I,
up glacier.
I saw something of an army of Toth using these weapons against powerful fiends.
Pause.
But from our visits there, I've never seen this material or anything. So
Mm-mm. I wouldn't think Toth would bother. Yeah, whatever.
They're more magically inclined, but
I'm sure it's fine.
it could be that material might be good against fiends.
Anyway, yeah, same as mithril, lightweight, kind of equivalent to a magic weapon if you make a slashing thing specifically.
that's actually very good then.
Hard to get though. I mean, like I said, core of a glacier.
Also, you cannot make it.
Not yet. Not strong enough to make it. Takes a long time to form.
I will say, as as Cinder touches the door and the door kind of opens, you see an icy mountain top. A cold, heavy wind blows out as the snow seems to kind of continue to fall. The peak where it would normally be pointed seems to have a perfect rut for the design of almost a some sort of igloo, or just to sit in yourself if you wish to. As you look on, nothing else other than the raw cold elements seems to be about as you look into the room.
It's perfect.
There
James,
you go.
I'm asking you. We can change these rooms, right? They are not static to like. If I wanted it to
Well-
be different, it could be different.
It'll change as you desire it, do you believe?
Okay. Roman has an idea.
As he hears another horrific scream come from Melvin's room.
No good comes from that individual.
Can that one desire a silent spell? As he looks over at the screaming room.
You know silence.
It's like
I'm
cracking
gonna
of
touch
the
the
door.
doorknob and desire silence.
As you touch the doorknob, you hear
Uh-oh.
the loudest guttural draconic roar you've ever heard. I need a will save from you. This is a fear effect. This does surpass fear immunity.
Is this a spell effect? Is my
It
only
is
question.
not a spell effect, no.
Just fear.
Okay, I have a question. Can I actually make the save with the +10? Without critting?
Yes, you could. Without critting, no, but you can if you crit.
But
Just roll a d20.
As
Let me
you
go walking away.
as you kind of like touch the doorknob, hear the loud roar, and kind of slowly pull your fingers back and take a couple steps back and turn around towards the rest of the party. The roar stops as you look at them.
No touching the doorknob.
I wasn't telling you to.
You see as the door opens a little bit, Melvin pokes his head out, his tiny snowbeard, and just smiles at you and waves and goes, "I'm okay," and pulls in the latest food bowl as he shuts the door.
Melvin, can you desire some silence?
It's-
That way we don't
it's
hear the
gone.
noises. Fuck it, damn it.
James,
Sets a note by the door.
James.
And opens it up. Please desire silence.
how about you ask Thrag if he has silence in spell?
Well, we'd have to enchant the door, and I don't want to touch the door.
Well, you could just put up a silence spell, right?
It's
Well,
that's a very temporary fix.
Okay. It's better than nothing, correct?
Not really.
Okay. I'm
Roman just puts his
Really
hands
not.
up in the air and just starts walking away.
I offer
It
solution. He's
only
like,
lasts a minute per level. It would only
Okay.
last 6 minutes. It's not worth
At
it.
least while we're fucking eating, we don't have to hear screams of agony.
Another loud scream just to really punctuate that point as Roman says
Yes,
that, looks at the
yes.
door and looks at you.
You're welcome to ask him.
He's your employee. I have other things needed to attend to.
All right. Well, James will do some checking around the ship and keeping an eye on the time because I would have clocked how long it took to get back, so I know how long it take to get there.
A couple hours,
So
roughly.
we can leave.
But you were carrying
Just
a
bef-
heavily marble cart behind, or sled behind you, so.
We can still leave to where we'd get there either a little earlier on time.
Okay.
It'd be the plan.
Alright. As you kind of hang out down below, leaving Thrag up there for, so I guess multiple hours?
No, I will go
Okay.
up and swap off with the rag.
I was gonna
So he can
say.
go down and warm
He's
up.
gonna stand there for the whole day.
You just gave
One
Thrag an
thing
order.
I will do is
Fuck down there.
reach out to Nar and let him know of the change in situation over here, apparently.
Yeah, as you head above deck and kind of see Thrag standing there, as he looks over at Thrag for a moment, you feel almost a hope that James is going to switch out with you or send someone else to stand there with you as he just kind of comes up, waves, and then goes into the captain's quarters.
Oh.
Once I notify Nar of Thrag, Cinder, and how apparently Roland's fucked himself into a problem.
Oh, I'm gonna ask. So as you head in there, because well, before we get to that, actually, or actually, yeah, here, I'll ask these questions. Give Nar a second to think about this. Nar, are you going to be rolling anything for any legal? Are you looking for legal checks, background checks, or anything you want to do at the mention of the names of Cinder, Frosthammer, and Thrag?
It depends on where I am right now. If I can do legal checks, what am I doing?
Assumedly you have only just recently had your airship for about a day and are heading off in a direction.
I mean, I guess I can look into the two. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and give me let me know what you're kind of thinking for what you want to look into them about, and I'll let you know the rules.
Yeah.
As you kind of take a second to think about if you and James need to PM back and forth to kind of make a strategy. Roll them in.
Yes.
As James kind of heads above deck, leaving you down there, what would you like to... is there anything you'd like to do?
So thinking back to the trials and shit, there was mention of like the 4 pillars and like the elemental things. It was, what are the 4 elemental things? It's fire, probably what?
Fire, water, earth, and air.
Okay. Looking at my door, I'd like to see what each of those trials would look like.
So you're gonna try and picture like an elemental or a place where it's nothing but fire, a place that's nothing but water, and a place that's nothing but air. Okay.
See what they look like.
As you try to focus this and like into your desires and walk over to the door, give me a will save real quick.
Okay.
It's not bad, like it's not mind affecting. This just to represent desire here to see what you get.
17.
17. As you touch the doorknob and kind of go to open it, your room, kind of thinking of dirt, or like earth, and nothing but earth, is just a solid thing of dirt as you can't open the door in. As you try to push and deciding to pull out, there's just caked dirt there, and as you kind of like put your hand up against it, it's just solid. As you kind of close it, thinking again once for air, opening it, you see a bed floating in the middle of nothing. Just kind of with the blankets flying up in the air, the pillows slowly starting to float away, the bed starting to just fall through the ground.
Oh.
All your stuff, like not your personal affairs, like your actual equipment, but all the things that you normally would have had in your room as like something you would normally desire is now falling. Books on martial stuff that you've like researched and learned about yourself. Your little bits of daggers and stuff that I imagine you'd have around for like practice and such, kind of flying to the ground. Similar with water, as you think it becomes just a solid thing of ocean, just heavy water with your bed just submerged, weird creatures floating around in the back in the darkness. You see heavy shadows, yes, that seem to almost not get close enough to where you can make out anything. They always just seem to be almost like giant black blobs in the distance. But it kind of...
Before I do the fire one, would it damage my supplies? Do I know that?
Well, none of the stuff in there is in a sense your personal affairs. This is all stuff that you have in there that you would, from your desired, like, no matter what, whenever you imagine a bedroom, there's a certain standard that you have in your mind that's going to be there. Practice weapons, a bed, a couple of books. So, yeah, that's what you're seeing basically constantly falling. Yeah, and as you see us for the final one for fire, everything begins to alight and burn, and then as you kind of close the door and then once again desire your normal room, it appears once more as the plain room it was.
Interesting.
Um, as you kind of take a second to think on it, are you planning to do meditation in these rooms, or are you just trying to get an idea? Or is this you just trying to get an idea of what these planes could look like?
Just an idea.
Okay. As you kind of stand there and think and look at the door, we'll come back to you unless you had anything else you wanted to test.
Nope, that's it for now.
All right. Thrag, as you look down at the random ogre who is standing there that you don't know from, a Cyclops at this point, kind of fully hooked up to the platinum, expecting James to be right back down. The other ogres, the other three who have been working the pulley, have now kind of pulled down the marble and kind of set it off to the side of the ship. Look at you expectingly, and then just kind of sit down, waiting to see when James is going to come up. Is there anything you'd like to do?
I sit down, still in plain view of the cart.
Mm.
I will take out an inkwell, and a quill, and some very nice parchment, and I will start to write.
All right. What are you going to be? Are you writing?
I'll message you.
Okay. Give me a calligraphy roll in the background as well.
Okay.
Just to see how well it comes out. Alright, Nar okay, let's do your profession lawyer as well in the background, and we'll just call it, and then gather information for the other part.
Alright. 26 lawyer.
Mm-hmm. As Thrag begins writing his memoirs. It's not actually what Wolf wrote, but that would be funny if that's the case. If you are literally writing me Thrag's memoirs right now, and you're actually writing his memoirs, I swear to God. I don't need another journal mailed to me.
What do you mean mailed? It'd be emailed to you.
Last one got mailed to me.
Email.
While Thrag kind of begins to write, I'll give a minute. Nar, you manage to, with the lawyer and gather info. So you first figure out that as far as Roland's personal hell and what he's dealing with, as you put it, you manage to guesstimate that technically Roland has the right to claim that he is a slave species and therefore is not recognized amongst the Draconic nations as a sentient species. Therefore, they cannot claim him to be the parent of any child. Otherwise, that would be bestiality and would be putting a member of the Aussie clan basically at such a low position. If this is Movassi's favorite family member, that would be basically the same as admitting, your favorite niece is a hoe. You don't want to admit it, even if you know it.
What a claim, Roman walking in. You can't say I'm the dad because that'd be bestiality.
Yeah. That is the only thing you manage to kind of pull out as you look through. Everything else is airtight. That's
the first message James gets.
The only other way is that you put that Roland's going to die as you look at the contenders of that would be part of this potential fight in the pit. And as you note, it's not one-on-one. It's as many want to go in there as possible, and it's whoever's left standing.
Yeah, it's a free-for-all. It's a rumble.
So, and as you kind of put that in there, that means there could be multiple old dragons, which you assume Roland won't be able to defeat, based on his current capabilities.
You don't know me.
I will write down Nar's words word for word so I can pass the message on to Roland.
Yeah, I imagine it's a little more in lawyer speak than it's bestiality.
And then for info as far as on Cinder, you managed to find really nothing. Surprisingly, even though you have a lot of books on Snowbeard legal issues, a lot of crimes that had happened, the discoveries of certain laws, the decisions of laws, and most of the information about the different houses and what's been going on the last 20 years. As you look through them, there's no one with this name on any of the books. There's a couple of ones that have a black mark for the Frosthammer clan, but the name seems to have been completely removed. As you look through your other books, nothing seems to show any mention of Snowbeards being taken by dragons. There's no mention of Snowbeard or the Frosthammers being attacked by the Venkos previously. It's almost unnatural that this individual exists.
I guess the one good news James gets is that there's no criminal record.
Well, he's wanted.
Oh my god, that's amazing. Go ahead and roll for that, for Thrag in the background. Yeah, so, and then the last thing as far as what you get for Thrag is he's also almost a complete mystery. There's a couple mentions of a similar last name amongst the Dwarven or the Snowbeard clans. The coin bender is a common term for a merchant, and typically a lowly merchant. It's a clan name, but not a clan, in the sense that lowly merchants who want to get in with nobles will use this name as a way to get into that open and dealing with people, because snowbeards that don't have a last name typically are frowned upon by nobles, typically like castless and those who are tossed out. So as you kind of take a moment to think about it, it just means that Thrag's got to be some low-rank merchant is all you're able to figure out. And, I mean, for that, he could be literally anyone. I mean, he could be as much a peasant or an exiled noble that's just covering up his tracks. I mean, it's literally a mystery as far as that goes. All right, yeah, you do succeed, Thrag, as far as for your letter. And then... I think that's it, right? Yep, that's Cinder, that's Thrag, and then that's Roloman's personal help. Yep.
Look, he should just be happy I found something on such notice to help Rosamund.
I will say, there is no mention of Thrag as a lawyer, but again, that could be the case. That could be the case, or that couldn't be the case. He could actually know a lot about legality, he may not. That's the one thing you're not 100% on.
All Nar is unsure of is he doesn't know if he passed the bar exam. But
James will say then he might send Thrag to message.
As you kind
and then
of
head
go
out to relieve Thrag.
Yeah, James, as you finish up, kind of wrap up, hearing this from Nar, as you get this explanation back from him, as he tells you he's on his way towards the Closen territories. You kind of head out, and you see as Thrag's just kind of sitting there looking at some papyrus in his hand for a moment.
I'll look to the rough bloods and tell them, you each got 5 liters. You can go drink the draconic ale.
They nod. Is the 3 of them
Me too.
You can go get food and don't drink the fire dragon ale.
The Roughloods kind of look at James for a moment, and the oldest kind of looks at you and goes, "What about our younger brother down below who's still strapped up to the cart?"
James will be looking at them. I'm heading down to unstrap him. Tell Holman to pop out here if you could, though.
Yes, got it, Captain. He nods and kind of heads down. They start heading down below.
Thank you.
Hey,
I head
Captain.
down.
Do I get to meet your legal team now?
If you head into the captain's quarters, you can use the orb in there to send a message.
All right.
And introduce yourself.
I want to put out, Captain, you have a lawyer on the ship.
Or you can go talk to Little Scarf as the head of the onboard team.
All right. And I'll head down.
Okay. As you head down below, you see the ogres are handing out each barrel or like big mugs of the ale to the entirety of the crew, not listening to James in the slightest to it, as they share their drink with almost everyone else.
Look, even if they go through half of it, James is just letting them at this point. They did go through this blistering cold.
Yeah. As James, you head down below to let the last of the 4 brothers kind of off the hook, he kind of thanks you and immediately starts jogging up to warm himself up, leaving you with the wagon and the platinum sitting down there.
James will just settle in onto the seat of the cart, keeping an eye out.
Okay. Um. All right. I don't know why you don't just have to. All right. The ogre brother will kind of head up and run up there, then leaving you down there. You are pretty much left quietly alone in the almost unnatural dampening of the sounds around you. It's there's no birds. No, it's not bad this time. It's heavy winter. That's normal. But there's
That's
no.
one reason why James wanted some time alone
Yeah.
in the cold.
All right. As you kind of head down below, we're gonna come back to you in a moment, James. As the crew heads, most of the crew heads below, Thrag, as you head into the captain's quarters, you do see a crystal still kind of pushed into a large crystal ball. The appearance of what looks to be a light spell, mimicking the appearance of a very large troll. You can't tell much of skin tone because light spell is only working as like a single coloration. All you can see is shapes really. As Nar sits on the other side of this crystal, kind of waiting and just kind of looking about. Although he can't see anything on the other side of the room until you get closer.
I'll get closer.
Yeah. As you
Hello?
do, your head becomes into view for Nar.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi. Are you the legal team?
Yes.
I'm Thrag. I was told to come meet with you before I started going over any of the captain's documents. Um, I guess I'm part of the legal team now, so what's up?
Uh,
Are you my boss, or is it like he's my boss only, or are you my boss and then he's your boss kind of thing?
I mean, you'd have to iron that with him. I run a separate part of the company.
Oh. All right. Well.
So I understand you're a coin bender.
Yeah, sure am.
Is there anything I should know about before you joined the coin benders? Before you tried to work with nobles and such?
No, I got in a little trouble with Greg's Marathon.
Anything serious?
No, just sex crimes, which are a dime a dozen in his lands. But I was sentenced to community merchant service by him, so that's kind of why I'm here.
Okay. I mean, as long as your crime's already been squared away and there's nothing to worry about, and if you're actually a lawyer, which I really don't want to spend hours and hours here trying to prove or not prove, you could do that with Little Scarf if you really wanted to.
Sure, I have my documents.
Oh, well, that'll make things far easier.
Yeah, I'll hold my documents up to the org.
I swear, if you just wrote these before you walked in here, I swear.
I bet you did.
I will put money down. He did.
No, I promise you I did not. That would be fucking hilarious, though.
As as you pull out your documents, kind of holding them up. No, the crystal doesn't show you documents. You can't really see anything. It just shows a white thing of papyrus with symbols that are roughly depicted by the light.
Can I just sense motive what he said if he's confident he actually has documents?
Sure.
And if I believe him, I'll actually just believe he has documents and I'll just roll with it. gotta go with the flow and act like you know what's going on as a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. 26.
Okay. As you kind of look it over, some of the points in there. There's a royal decree from Greg's Martom on it, showing on the paper, his symbol is marked on it. And as he seems so confident to show you. I mean, if he was faking it, he probably wouldn't be this willing to show off the documents to it. I mean, James isn't stupid. He should be reading the contract. So as you kind of take a second and think, yeah, everything seems right.
All right, that checks out. Do you have a preferred kind of law you work with, or are you more of a generalist?
I've studied law just about everywhere. I I know a whole lot about a whole lot.
All right. Either way, for company work, do you prefer more stalwart law, or do you more prefer skirting the boundaries and it's technically legal kind of?
um, I think a little 50-50. I think there are some sexual positions that are outlawed in some lands that I think shouldn't be. And I've worked very hard. I actually wrote my thesis on the over the head centaur. Um,
Royce, you might want to warn the person that they may not
uh,
want to watch this episode.
legalized.
Nara's just adding sexual deviant to his little self-written list of this new character.
You know, Greg's Mario Tom's Royal Orgiest did just go missing.
Does Nar know that? Wait.
No, but yeah, coincidence maybe.
He's gonna look into it.
Coincidence.
Listen, maybe.
Anyway. I have some passions, but I usually do my best to make sure the law gets followed.
Okay, that's good. The other lawyer on ship, Little Scarf, much prefers, much to my annoyance, skirting the law as closely as possible to get things done the easiest way possible.
As you hear this, Thrag, you feel something tap kind of on your shoulder that's warm and lightly fuzzy. As you suddenly notice there's someone standing behind you.
I whip around. What?
As you see Little Scarf kind of look at you and smile and go, "Hi,
Oh, hi.
I'm the survival of the fittest lawyer."
Word. What's up? I'm Thrag. Do you shake hands?
Kind of holds out his hand to shake yours.
Yeah, I'll shake his hand.
As he does, he looks at you and goes, "So you can forge documents. You'll be great."
I can't really forge.
Oh, I can
Not
see
really.
the I can see the letters of Marquis in your back pocket.
I didn't hear anything. I don't want to know this. I turned the orb off.
First of all, they're in my stomach, Royce. So
I know what you said, and I know what I said. As you see you hear or see the light in the crystal suddenly go off, and Little Scarf goes, "Oh, don't worry. I'm a lot like you. I am very good at getting what I want when the law needs to be bent." But as you see a look in his eyes, he puts a hand on your shoulders, kind of looking up at you slightly, and goes, with a little cute face as he looks up at you and goes, "But let's get something straight. There's one fucking lawyer here, and I swear I'll throw you off this ship if you don't listen to me."
Oh my god.
Hey, no, sure. Are you,
No. And he turns and walks away and disappears like Batman into the shadows.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna roll his hide check bonus, or without the bonus here real quick.
Ridiculously high check.
We have Skipper, we now have Rico, we just need Kowalski and Private, and we have the Penguins of Madagascar.
Thrag, you can see as Little Scarf tries to disappear into the shadow, but you see the bits of him his tail sticking out of the shadow as he dissipates in it. You don't hear an answer as the shadow disappears.
Man, I hope that isn't a kid.
I'll turn around. Is the light still off? Is the
Yes.
little communication orb still off?
Yeah, but the crystals kind of looks like it's been pushed up a little bit, as if it's not locked into place anymore.
All right. Well, bye-bye, Nar.
Now we see why I sent him to Nar first.
As you head back down below. Are you just gonna look around the captain's quarters at the any documents you can find out on the table that James doesn't lock
I
away?
do at any document I can find in here. I'm not like breaking shit open
Yeah.
or like rummaging furiously. I'm just looking around.
The most he'd find then would be a copy of the contract that I usually have the crew sign,
Yep.
because the other
The
ones I'd make sure are locked
contracts.
away.
You do see James's little book of like that he has his charter in of all like the amount of coin he makes. You see that he's got over 1 million coin that he made this last year in gold pieces alone.
Do I find his signature anywhere?
His signature is not on any of his documents, which is the only thing that catches your
Not
eye.
on the contracts that he signs with the crew?
No, he has a
You
sigil.
have the
He has
blank
a
one.
because he has a no. He has a what you call because all royals use them. They have signet rings to push into wax as a
Okay.
signature.
But I see
Yeah,
the
that
signet.
you see the ink seal. You don't see the ring because normally he'd have something like that on himself.
Well, yeah, I imagine.
But yeah,
But I see the seal.
yes, and it looks
Okay.
almost identical. I will note to what you'd know as the frost hammer and treasure horn seals, just put side to side as almost split down the middle as a shield. As you kind of look
Gotcha.
at it. As you kind of look
I'll head
about,
out.
though, yeah, I will mention. The only thing I will mention is give me a profession lawyer check real quick before you walk out to see what you know about the sigil.
Sure. Profession lawyer. 24.
I will mention then that you do catch these are invalid contracts, as you would know that James's family, having been recently marked, these contracts have to be older of his first editions before he's got to have a more modern sigil. Otherwise, he'd be marked for death amongst his because of his clan. Most likely,
Interesting.
assumedly, using something like an Ironheart is what you kind of gather, given the symbol on the side of the ship.
Word. Okay.
But as
I'll head out.
as you head back down below to go enjoy the laughing and singing coming down from the crew and drinking as the crew is trying to get Rollman to tell more tales of his adventures out and about. As we jump over real quick, Cinder, I assume you are just gonna find or stay in your room for the time being.
I do want to at least like vaguely meet the other people on the ship
Starting
to
to mingle
kind
amongst
of
the
know who's.
crowd. Okay. Yeah, as you come back out, hearing the singing and the laughing, kind of grabbing one of the mugs of spiced ale, a strong smell of cinnamon coming off of it, and finding yourself a nice seat to kind of listen in and watch the people, keeping yourself out of the main center or the center of the room, and giving yourself something at your back with a wooden wall, but allowing you to kind of keep an eye and see everyone as you kind of watch and as people come up and say hi and introduce themselves every once in a while. They seem to be semi-friendly. Give me a diplomacy check to see how well it goes for you.
Yeah, I am gonna activate a class feature, which I'll PM you what it is, because it gives me a +2 on this.
Oh, the penguin. I get the reference now. Old man does not remember Madagascar, apparently.
No,
No.
that's more the idea behind it.
Okay. Go ahead and roll for it.
Yep.
Let's see what you got.
Trust me, I'm hoping I see what I got too. I am not the best at charisma stuff.
Yeah, me either, man.
No, but Rollman, that seems to be a natural. The more he seems to get drink, he is loud, boisterous, and the crew is loving every minute of it and enjoying
But I
making
can
jokes.
roll high. It's a 22.
22. As almost as the chill around you seems to evaporate, people seem to kind of start to slowly find themselves kind of walking over towards you. It is slow at first. Though few of them give you much about them, they do introduce their names. Though the three new crew members that you catch on to from amongst the older crew don't seem to have any names that they've given and seem to keep quiet amongst the laughing and boisterousness.
But do I see the catfish guy?
You do. He is completely out cold sleeping.
Oh, damn. My
Fine.
just went
Out cold.
Out cold, yeah. Thank you. But as you do look about, Face is the only one that kind of seems to avoid you outright. You do notice he seems to give you almost a stare, and the mask on his face, every time you make eye contact with the mask, seems to turn from a smile to a frown as he kind of watches you.
Like everyone else, he gets the deadest, unemotional stare.
Yep. But as you lot kind of enjoy yourselves down below, Thrag kind of coming down and hearing as the ale is handed to him, and people start laughing and singing along with Roloman, trying to get into it. A couple of the group, kind of beginning to mimic Roloman's fighting style to try and see if they can copy it into a dance of sorts. James, we're gonna jump over to you for a moment. You're down below, quiet, or in the snow. You can hear the loudness coming from inside your ship, but you are alone under the snow with the cold biting, the wind hitting you. Even though you're used to the cold, you still feel your nose running a little bit. The snow kind of hitting you and hitting all about. It's still pouring down heavy. It's kind of slightly dark and grayish out and about. And again, other than your own ship, it's almost unnaturally quiet. But you find yourself kind of alone. No one seemed to be for miles, and you'd hear them definitely, given the crunch of the snow. What would you like to do, or what are you doing?
Well, I'll set up and just kind of relax out here. I'll get into the back of the cart, making sure that it looks like it's sealed up and empty, basically. And
Uh-huh. And
keep an ear out for anything that's coming, but just hunker down and have some quiet time to himself to think about everything that's going on.
okay, give me a search check while James begins his emo phase.
He's not being emo. He's trying to have a quiet
phase?
place to be. God damn it.
He's gonna come back with black eyeliner and his hair all like swooshed into his face. Yeah, he's the moody teenager. Yeah, Roman.
Moody teenager.
18.
Just a damn.
18. Yeah, James, you kind of keep an eye out, keeping the flaps to the thing open and just looking out into the snow and listening to the quiet and the sounds of the snow hitting the ground. You begin to relax and find yourself almost kind of calmed while you're alone, as the sad kid outside of a party that's happening on the other side in his own house that you asked for. As you hide yourself away like a child at a parent's party, it's peaceful. As the snow continues to fall, the wind blows by, and it's almost calming as you watch.
With that, James will start focusing and feeling the magic and just trying to get back into the swing of meditation without going into any sort of trance right now due to keeping an eye on the ship.
James,
Not
you,
ship, the stuff.
without even a check, feel almost as you begin to try to intune yourself to the magic around and calming yourself, focusing your mind. You feel as if you have been caged. Your magic seems to be stuck around you. Almost in a 5-foot radius around you at all squares, you feel as if something's pushing in and keeping your magic and keeping your senses dulled from anything further. Magically wise, at least.
That would trigger James to be a little worried.
Kind of like like a weighted blanket, if you will. That's slowly.
So it's not
pushing. Yeah.
Okay, so it is an oppressive feeling.
Yeah. So it's oppressive.
But not
Yeah.
heavily oppressive.
Oh, sorry, I forget. Some people don't think weighted blankets are fucking oppressive. Oh, my apologies. I hate weighted blankets. If you didn't know.
I say it depends on the weighted blanket. They come in a big variety of how much.
I've tried them all.
Cozy.
They freak me out. So. I don't like having weight on me like that when I'm sleeping. So,
Roland would get a message on the Whispering Gem to
Okay.
start setting up a watch or to pull the card up. His choice. Leaving it to him.
What's the distance on the Whispering Gem again?
100 feet. It's well within range, pretty sure.
Okay, and it goes to I can't remember. Is it one way between, or does it go to all
It's
three?
both way.
It can go to all
No,
three if they're
I
within
mean-
range. Otherwise, it would
Oh,
go
but-
to just
Okay.
The
Yeah.
third one is so
The
far.
third one's
Okay.
not in range.
James, you hear as you say, kind of get on the or kind of go tap onto your ring. What do you say to Rollman?
set up a rotating watch for the cart. There's something I need to be worried about, I think. Or pull it up. Your choice, Rollman.
All right.
Rollman, as you're not really drunk, but you're having a good time getting having a light buzz with the cinnamon ale that you've had a couple sips of, as you're kind of more just enjoying the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Both of you, well, actually, Roman, give me also actually, both of you give me a listen check to see if you catch anything.
Okay.
Reg is whispering into the third gem. He's enhanced his range.
Yeah, he's about to whisper sweet nothings and charm James and Roman.
No, please.
Not
you know
another.
what?
I'm about to make you
Not the
both
worst
part
thing
of
that'll happen to me.
Greg's harem here.
You already did it to Monday. Don't do it to us.
I know, right? 9. Oof. 18.
18.
James, for the briefest of moments, you hear some sort another voice that says, "Inch," and as it cuts off almost immediately.
Do I hear it?
Oh, you do
yes,
not. With
but-
as you're kind of distracted by the dancing and singing around you.
James will like pull the wagon up.
Is James serious sounding?
My tone is dead serious.
Okay. I'll use since I've got a slight buzz. Roman's a bit sad. He'll use Ironheart Surge to get rid of his buzz.
Okay. Yeah, immediately it's gone as you kind of hand your mug off to another one of the crew, who gladly takes it and seems to begin to drink both of them, and like cheers for it as the rest of the crew seem to. Two of the rough bloods kind of see you beginning to walk and set down their cups and begin to follow you almost instinctively as they see you get serious.
System set up already, so
I will also motion no more ale for the night.
You watch as some of the crew begin to put the older crew begins to kind of grab up the drinks and pour what's left back into the barrel. Thrag, you watch as one of the ogres that seems to kind of be not following up with Rollman kind of comes over, takes the mug from you that was filled, and just apologizes as they pour it back into the giant barrel. But
I'll go out and help lift the cart up and start a watch.
Yeah, as you head up above, kind of Cinder, you see as the crew almost immediately goes quiet and it almost becomes tense immediately as drinks are being pulled back, being poured in. You watch as Roman seems to head up with two of the ogres, as almost with a serious look on his face, as the rest of the crew goes about their business.
Bragg is pissed.
I'd like to imagine he just got the bug and it was
He
just went
got
through his drip.
one mug, got a sip in, and then someone took it from him
Yeah.
and poured it back into the
Barrel.
cask
Yep.
barrel. He's fucking fuming. Hey, who? Why?
The ogre looks down at you and just kind of frowns a bit and goes, Captain's orders. No more drink means there's tension on the ship. We've got invaders coming.
Fuck!
We drink after we kill.
I want to go up to the top.
As you head up, the ogre kind of looks over at Cinder and goes, "Hey, you follow up with the captain's first mate as well. You look like you're more capable." Does Cinder say anything back, or does he just follow? Cinder walked away.
Cinder's just gonna
Cinder
stare at
stepped
him.
away, but I assumed he'd follow up slowly.
Cinder just stares at the guy like like a normal deadpan stare.
I wonder who's gonna win the staring contest.
But as we jump up to Rolman, who's upstairs, kind of looking about the pulley, as you go to begin pulling on it, the ogres kind of begin to immediately assist with you easily as they start tugging up. James, you begin to feel the wagon start pulling up as it does so. Feeling yourself kind of being jerked up a little bit as the things inside the wagon kind of bounce around a bit around you as you kind of have to shove the platinum chest over kind of to keep it from crushing you as you get pulled up jerkedly, but you make it up.
James will hop out of the cart with I'm guessing the only one that... Well, actually, they've all been traveling with us enough that they'd hear the serious tone. Someone's spying on the network, on the Whispering Gems.
Really?
Not the first time it's happened, but which I really need to improve them, but aside from that, my magic's also being oppressed.
Okay. I'll just find Little Scarf. Little Scarf, look
As
around,
you-
see if you see anything. You got the best eyes.
As you just kind of look about, not seeing him, Roman, just say this out loud. You suddenly feel the tap on the back of your calf as you look back and see him looking up at you with a smile on his face and goes, "What am I doing?"
Look around, see if you see anything. If you got the best eyes.
Oh, I can. I mean, I think I told you someone was within 100 feet of our ship. They're hidden by an invisibility spell, but their footprints are pretty clear.
Where are they?
About north of the ship, it looks like they're more towards the castle. I think they're hiding near the walls. My guess is invisibility, low level. Not probably someone either is a spy. If they manage to get Greg's into Greg's vault, and they know Greg well. As he kind of looks over in the direction, kind of pointing towards it. As Thrag comes upstairs, I imagine the light bickering under his voice.
Motherfucker!
You see as Little Scarf just looks over at Thrag and goes, "Hey! Hush!
Calm yourself, Thrag.
Captain's orders!" As he looks at you.
Thrag goes silent.
Little Scarf nods and goes, "Good.
Invisibility.
I'm gonna have you help me with something, Thrag." As Little Scarf walks over to you and goes, "Hold this," and he hands out a long, I think they're called kaleidoscopes. The things pirates and navy used to use to look at far distance.
I think
Not
that's still a
kaleidoscope.
Kaleidoscopes.
Oh.
That's the psychedelic thing that you put beads in.
Fuck, what's it called?
I think it's still a telescope.
Is it still a telescope?
Spyglass.
Eyeglass.
Spyglass in D&D terms, that's what I was looking for. As he hands you a spyglass that extends out with bronze or out of bronze with little runes on it. You see what
Holy
you
shit,
realize
these are
is
expensive.
a little beholder's eye on the tip of it.
Oh my god.
Little Scarf hands this to you and says, "If you look at the walls, I want you to get eyes on them because I can't see it with my own and I can't use the item."
I can use items. I'll look over.
As you do, as you look over towards where Little Scarf is pointing at, you see. Thankfully, I already have the art chat done for him. Your favorite cat boy, as the team has decided to call them.
Oh my god.
A red cloaked individual in heavy winter wear, very thick wool cloak on his back, all glimmering with red and having what you recognize now as or it looks to be a strange mark. Thrag, you've seen the same mark that seems to pop up every once on James's neck when you look at James behind James in the right light. You can see a similar symbol almost perfectly displayed on the back of this cloak as he walks through the snow with the invisibility. Not heading towards you, but you do notice on his ear, on the top of, or that's kind of pointing out of the top of his head, like little cat ears. There is a earring of sorts that looks to be similar to the one that you see James and Roland wearing.
Huh. Where's he walking to?
He is walking, heading east, but he is about 100 feet north of you from what you gather at this point.
Interesting.
Well, what do you see?
Looking through. Would I recognize this man?
He's been on a few wanted posters, Thrag. It'd be hard not to know about a guy that was worth a merchant's mint because at one point he was being offered for a unique item made by the apex monster, the Pale Eye, or from the Pale Eye. So this guy is like big bad news. This is like world leader level item that was like put out there.
Word. Yeah. His name's Jacock.
James is gonna let out a very annoyed
Colt?
sigh.
Little Scarf giggles
Okay.
at that.
I feel like
Alright,
No, I'm
go
pretty
back
sure
to your
it's
merriment.
I believe you're looking for the word Jakix.
Can I hurt him, Captain?
Not while you're operating under my name.
God. Why?
Little Scarf whispers.
You know, there's an insane bounty for that guy.
Thrag, you feel Little Scarf's like a fuzzy cheek on the side of yours near your ear as it kind of lightly tickles as you hear the whispers. What the captain doesn't know and isn't claimed by him in his merchant company can't hurt him. As he kind of leans back, or as Little Scarf leans back, and just looks over at you and goes, "You should follow the captain's orders."
I will follow the captain's orders.
James will look at you very carefully and go, so long as you operate under my name, you can't mess with him.
Yeah, I heard you, dog.
Little Scarf looks at you, looks at Thrag and like nods at that and says, "There's a contract." Oh.
Word. Oh, by the way, you still haven't given me a contract yet. But
I will go write that up after you all can return to your merriment.
Yeah. The crew begins to head below, leaving just you, James. Immediately at that, James, just you, Rollman, Little Scarf, Thrag. Cinder is still down below, just kind of sitting there staring at the ogre who tried to invite him to come
James
up
is
to help.
gonna pull off the Whispering Gem.
Oh, finally, okay. Finally, just standing up out of nothing goes up. Yes, go ahead, for James.
I'm gonna take the Whispering Gem off and look to Rollman. You think you can break both of these? Or we can sell them off because they can be used to track him, technically. We can't do it with us knowing, though. That's the issue.
I mean, I think we should get rid of them if they're compromised.
Oh, definitely.
I'd rather not try and destroy them right here.
I
Or
say,
sell them off.
Thrag and Cinder, as you're just kind of staring at James and Rollman, they just take out these like these magic items and are now debating on destroying them in front of you. I will note these aren't cheap magic items by any means. These are actually made of high quality ingredients.
That's why I said, "Can I have them?" As they're debating.
I heard both Thrag and Cinder ask that, so I was
mean,
like, okay.
If you'd like mine, Uncle Cinder, you can. Just be careful. It's connected to a very bad person.
As he'll take it, he'll be like, "I have so many ideas to make a weapon out of this."
It uses a elemental gem as the core of it, so
I'm gonna get 20 of them and make a fucking sonic damage weapon.
Oh, doing the Bart Simpson megaphone.
Maybe.
Cinder's eyes are just kind of wide as he's looking at and looking it over in his hands.
It's
James,
one of my earliest crafts, so
If you'd be able to probably make some new ones.
Are you handing one to Thrag as well?
No.
Wow!
well, we already
alright.
have the two. If they both got handed to Cinder, we don't have another one to give.
Well, that's what I was
I didn't
asking.
hand it to mine to Cinder.
No, that's why I was asking Rollman if he was going to
I'm
hand it
holding
to
on to
Thrag.
mine.
Okay.
Can I tell you something, Rollerman?
Sure.
I don't think I like you.
It's perfectly fine.
Little Scarf kind of leans over to Thrag and goes, most people don't unless they're women with very wet genitalia.
I am not a woman with wet genitalia.
Okay.
Rollman, you
looking
just hear
confused.
this randomly as Thrag says this because Little Scarf whispers this into Thrag's ear.
I just look at Little Scarf. What are you saying into his ear?
I told him that he has to follow the captain's orders and not take the item from you in the middle of the night, like a good lawyer should.
Okay. Why did he randomly just say, I'm not a woman with wet genitalia?
I don't know.
It
He's
has
weird.
to do with lawyer shit.
Little Scarf just looks at you and goes, "He's weird. I tried to Nar even said that he was a weird hire. I don't understand why you're hiring this individual."
I'm gonna hand Little Scarf the paperwork that was handed to me.
Oh no. I'm gonna roll something. And I'm really sorry, Wolf. I'm not gonna do the modifier because that. Oh well.
That's really funny.
That's really unfortunate. You hand the paperwork over that the contract, and Little Scarf just looks up at you, James, like you are a complete idiot, and goes, "This is forged. Clear. This sigil isn't even Greg's martyrdom. Look at the markings right here. He doesn't make loops. He makes straight lines. This sigil marking here, the crown is on the opposite side of the head, and his dick is 3 centimeters too small."
James is very impressed.
This is the worst. I mean, one of the best, but one of the worst forgeries I've ever seen. Only best because Little Scarf looks over at Thrag and goes, "I don't know how you convinced James that this was real."
Well, Thrag, I don't think I like you.
Oh,
either.
you don't? You don't know how I convinced him? You have no idea how I convinced him it was real?
Little Scarf just shakes their head innocently.
Right. Yeah.
Thrag, if you
Well-
want a job, I have no problem actually hiring you. Don't try and trick me again, and don't be going to stealing any of
Well,
my
now
documents.
I have
to
an issue
forge.
because he tried to trick you. What are you here for, Thrag?
Cinder's still looking over the little earring in the background.
Oh, I
I'm here
pulled
with my business.
I would like to know your business.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Little Scarf looks at Rollman and goes, if Thrag's okay with it, I can find out if he's got any hostility towards us."
Sure.
Little Scarf looks
You can
towards
find
Thrag.
out if I have any hostility towards you.
Thrag, Little Scarf is going to use their godly boon to cast a Detect Thoughts. Are you going to choose to refuse?
No. I'll allow it.
All right. As Little Scarf looks through your mind, he is just looking for anything that shows want to kill James or destroy the Ironheart Merchant Company. Is as far as it goes. Is there anything in that factor?
There is no want to kill James.
Mm-hmm.
There is no want to harm or destroy the Ironheart Merchant Company.
And there's no mission you've been given to do either of those either?
There's no mission I've been given at all.
Then yeah, as Little Scarf kind of digs through your mind as if someone's like pulling at your head and kind of like pulling your hair around. A few moments go by and Little Scarf looks over at James and Rollman and goes, "I've seen things I wish I hadn't, and I think I now know what Hydraxion meant by butt stuff."
Yeah, the sex crimes were real.
He might be the royal orgiast. I don't think that was a joke. You see Little Scarf as a slight concern on his face for the first time, almost looking at Thrag in a different light.
I look at Thrag. Don't try and steal any way to forge my documents, and we'll be good.
I'm not gonna forge your documents.
I'd like to whisper something to Thrag as I lean in. I don't care why you're
As
here,
Cinder leans in,
but if you steal my snow,
Cinder leans in, and he doesn't do anything about hiding his lips, and he's not like quiet.
He's not whispering.
He's just
If you
quiet
steal
enough.
my
And
snow.
as Rollman, James, and Little Scarf can all hear this, imagine Cinder's just looking at him with both eyes like on the side of his head. You can feel the heat from the breath of Cinder, or rather the cold, I guess. Rather in that case,
it's all cold.
buddy.
yeah.
I'm not here for your snow. I'm here for my brother. And I look over to James.
Who's your brother? I don't have one.
Wait.
I
is this
just
the
look at
Telemundo
James and I
moment?
look back at Thrag and I just shake my head because he doesn't get it.
Wait, is this the Telemundo moment? Are you the long lost brother that no one knew about that they threw
James
out
looks
on a
really
ship?
confused.
Is this Tarzan? Did Tarzan come back to the royal family?
Does James have a fucking brother? The fuck?
I'm here to help, James.
Wait, you're my nephew? Wait.
Wait,
Yeah, what's up, Unc?
Can I determine if Thrag is lying here?
Give me a sense motive, yeah.
sense motive, please. James was raised an only child. Fucking 23.
I mean, if Roland's not like your brother at this point, to be fair.
Yeah, Roland, I'm not your brother.
I'm talking about James being lied to, but
I know, but you said you're an only
James-
child. Roland counts.
As you look at him, I mean, there's nothing about his features that match yours. But the problem is, he could be he could be just a Frosthammer. That your dad, I mean, because your father went on campaigns and fought against dragons. He's fought against raiders. He could have had a bastard son before he got married. There's a chance. You're not 100% sure. Rollman, he could be telling the truth. It seems to be 100% from what he's saying.
I will correct you slightly. Some of my features do start to look very similar to James's.
Fair.
Are you shape-shifting?
Just in like nose.
Given the imagery we're given,
and like head shape and kind of bone structure.
Does he look different than we initially saw?
From what you can that you register. Okay. It's too slight to catch your attention.
Okay.
He looks like it's just enough that his features are similar enough and common enough that he could be a member, maybe an older member. He could be similar to Cinder and just be a weird, much older version of James and take after his father more. Rollman. You hate to admit it, but a lot of male snowbeards look very similar amongst their family. Like, as you look between James and Cinder, I mean, besides the horn and the unkemptness of himself, other than age, I mean, they're pretty similar in a lot of looks. Put them at the same age, you're pretty sure you'd mix these two up without the horns.
So, why are you here for your brother?
And which brother?
Isn't that your uncle? I'm pointing at.
What?
I point to Cinder. Cinder's my uncle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, mine too.
I'm gonna be honest, I can't help in this situation. I've been kind of in a dungeon for 90 years.
Yeah, Cinder, to be honest, there was like 40 kids. At that point, they were all cute, and they all ran around a lot, and I mean, you were still a young man in your training and practicing, you didn't really care.
Every kid would walk down to my dungeon to use an example to not become a dragon.
Yeah.
I was told not to fuck a dragon and don't overindulge in milk.
Yeah, when you were told that was me they showed you on the picture.
Roman, it's too hard to tell. And James, again, he looks like he could take after your father pretty heavily, and maybe a tavern wench or something. I mean, he definitely doesn't have your mother's features, but the hardness of his face fits your father's very heavily.
Okay.
So you're my half brother.
No, I'm your twin.
What?
The fuck? You look nothing like my mother.
Not identical. What the fuck? Obviously not identical. I'm the better looking.
So why are you here, Thrag? You just wanted to beat your brother?
Yeah, I wanted to meet my brother. I didn't know I had.
This is the first time hearing of this too. I'm looking to Little Scarf for confirmation of this since he read his mind. I'm assuming this would have been a thought in his head, so...
Yeah, give me a minute. I'm looking up something as well in the background because I need to find out something because I've been thrown off surprisingly in this.
Damn it.
I'm
pulling up James's backstory in the background at the same time.
I didn't expect Telemundo situations
to...
Oh my god.
Kids never want to meet their cool uncle.
I know, right?
Cool. Very literal.
No one came looking for me when I went missing.
Because you're the crazy uncle.
If I would have been killed, probably.
Here, I'll give you the rough number exactly. Because I can't add myself. Alright. Oh, there you go. Alright, what else did I get pinged? Okay. Yeah, as you kind of look at him for a moment, apologies. I was reading a rule here. As you look at him for a moment, kind of, take a second, James. It's hard to tell. I mean, he definitely doesn't look like your mother in the slightest. He definitely, again, he takes after your father's looks. in every way. He also looks slightly older than you, but that could again just be a harsh life. You've lived a very easy life in compared to most dwarves or snowbeards, as you know yourself. And I mean, it could be that if he's going by a name like this, it could be that he is fully just not had a good lifestyle. Probably had to go bounce around a lot if he was in exile or being hidden away.
Well, I was saying I wanted to find all my family. Looks like I found one that I didn't know was around.
Ta-da!
I do
Little
little jazz hands.
Little Scarf will look at you and go, couldn't find anything in his mind that far back. It seems he's got a lot of problems that kind of block a lot of readings through his brain. All I can tell you is this individual has led a hard life, and if you wanted to confirm, you'd have to ask. I guess you could ask your cousin, that went with Nar, if you wanted to try. I've never heard mention of Thrag, but I never asked.
Otherwise, I'd have to ask my mother.
Which we're going to go see within the month, I assume.
So I guess that'll be the way to settle it.
Little Scarf nods and
But
goes,
I'm gonna check the time, I guess, as best I can. How many hours is it? Is it time to start heading back to go to the tavern?
No.
Tell the moon no.
It is still mostly the afternoon. Yeah, you're at this point. Still got a few hours before you figure you have to go back. You could start because the snow is getting heavier as the day is going longer. But now that you just brought your thing up here and sent the crew back down below, you can hear them starting to celebrate once more.
We'll give them an hour and then set off. And I'll let Cinder, you can stay on the ship if you'd like. Little Scarf, though, you're still in charge while we're gone.
You couldn't get me off if you tried. Not with them still out there, as I look towards where the other Snowbeard camp was.
Yes.
Little Scarf kind of looks up at James at that and goes, "By the way, those Snowbeards came by asking about someone. What was the individual's name? They called him something like a frost dragon. Said there was a dwarf that shot out ice through his mouth and was a danger." Little Scarf looks over at Cinder and goes, "I assume that's you."
I don't think I've ever shot ice out of my mouth before, but it sounds like me.
Little Scarf nods and goes, "Great, now I've got to..." All right, and Little Scarf looks over at James and
Improperly
goes,
imprisoned individual.
"I will let Nar know that we have a fugitive on our ship and that we need to get him a clearance out of this situation. You go deal with whatever you're dealing with."
Let me tell you, I don't know why the Snowbeard's coming. I was arrested by Movasi. That was an unfair day.
Little Scarf just stops and goes, "So you're wanted by 2 nations?"
Nope,
Okay.
not wanted by Movasi. He unlawfully took me, and when I escaped, no one of them came looking for me. I don't think they cared.
Yeah.
I really hope not.
That's Little Scarf nods at that.
James is looking at Little Scarf full of fucking sorrow.
You know how hard it is as a Snowbeard to climb out of a dragon-sized pit? It's almost impossible.
Little Scarf you look back and you see the captain's quarters door shut, making a loud clacking noise as it slams.
James is gonna go through and do some calculations to get the cold weather clothes for the crew and everything.
Okay. You have, I think, for reference, let me check your crew. What is it for numbers? Because I can give you size allotments, and then you can go in the background, go do the check.
We have.
You could just wait till I pull up the number.
Yeah, let him do it.
Yeah.
He's going to do it.
So about 5 or 6 large to huge, and then you're looking at the rest are going to be medium, except for Little Scarf and the Alkin, which will be small, and a Doff if you count, because he's a baby.
The Doff, the baby,
the 3-year-old baby.
Gotta keep the baby warm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're looking at that's 6, and then that's 1, 2, 3, 8 No, 7. Yeah, 7 people roughly that are gonna be medium, and then 2 smalls. So
2 smalls, 7 medium, 6 large.
yep. As you kind of start writing down your to-go order for McDonald's, and kind of get the ogres to come back and
Can I get a
lower.
Happy Meal?
Yeah, get the ogres to lower the cart back down, and get themselves strapped back up. Yeah, after it takes about an hour, but as you get everything organized, I assume Rollman, Thrag, are the one, and James are the ones going back into town.
I think so.
Okay,
I'm not going back into town.
you're gonna stay on
I'll
the
stay on
ship.
the ship.
Okay,
He's
Yeah.
fine.
all right.
You gonna make a cool statue, Cinder?
What do you want a statue made like the shape of?
I don't know.
You know what? Make a statue.
All right. Nope. I have a creative inspiration.
You
I
just
know
got
James
creative
would-
inspiration.
Actually commission you to make a statue of his holy symbol.
He just said he had creative inspiration.
I can do that too. Don't worry.
Okay.
All right, go ahead and roll your checks, your crafting checks in the background for it.
I'm gonna send you what the other statues. I'll make very clear.
Okay. Then as James and Rollman get down below onto the cart, with taking the rough bloods with them, they begin to head out with the just the platinum in the back, and themselves. Leaving Thrag and the rest, as well as Cinder, back at the ship as Thrag goes, I assume, below deck?
Yes, sure
Okay.
do.
Is it? Okay. Yeah, go ahead and give me your check for that.
What do you make the
Cinder.
casted?
Thrag, is there anything you'd like to do while they're away?
I just want to meet the crew.
Okay.
I wanna meet everyone I can, get a kind of read on people.
Give me a diplomacy check.
All right.
Is Thrag diplomatic?
Oh, I'm so fucking diplomatic, dude. You don't even know.
I don't even know.
8 GP.
You don't even know.
I don't even know.
Small creature that.
Well, not as much as Fungus, but still pretty good.
Oh, he's not a god. Gotcha.
Mm.
Oh.
Oh, here we go. Excuse me. Oh, as you go about the crew, introducing yourself to them, they seem to be quite open and very friendly. The ship's doctor, the First Flame, seems to be quite powerful and seems to actually be the one of the strongest amongst the grouping, from what you've been able to gather just from his natural magical aura that seems to protrude from him almost without him realizing it. It doesn't take you long to realize this guy's probably on the same capability as a world leader as far as physical, like stats wise, for your own reference.
Sorry.
Sorry. Yes.
Which one did you say this was?
The ship's doctor, the First Flame.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
the guy that
word,
climbed
word,
out of,
word,
you
word.
know,
Moors.
moors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy.
The rest seem to be pretty normal individuals. You meet a drow named Nada, who seems to be one of the ship's main to-go guards, kind of going about the crew. She carries around with her a small 3-year-old child named Nadaf. You meet a humanoid. You're not sure what race he is, as he wears a very thick cloak that's always wrapped around him, and has a heavy white mask on his face. But he calls himself Face and seems to giggle and laugh and make jokes with you, never telling you anything about himself besides his name, and always seemingly changing the subject without you realizing until it was too late, until you were already through the conversation. He seems to be very good at misdirection when talking to you. You do meet 2 other Thrycreans who seem to be twin brothers working about in James's open room, forging away and hammering at items as they do. The rest of the crew seems to be new, as you see the Loxodon, the small Alkin, and the large catfish beast folk seem to all be almost kind of sitting off to their own selves, not really talking to anyone, and as you introduce yourself, the only one who seems to actually be able to speak, or seems to speak the common tongue, or any tongue that you try, is the Loxodon, who introduces himself as Fist and seems to be very happy to tell you about his past battles. Which are very small and mostly seem to be focused on raids on dragon towns and small territories.
Very cool.
But as you spend the next few hours kind of hanging with the rest of the crew, Cinder working within, sculpting away. Feel free to send me if there's a message if there's anything else you want to do in the background as we jump over to Rollman and James. Rollman and James, as you plow through the snow, just like Rollman plowing through every city he goes to, you manage to easily make good time with the snow, even though it's getting thicker. James, starting to feel like it's almost like you're back at home. You, as you get closer towards the gate, the snow is about almost 4 feet deep, so it is coming up to like mid on the wagon now. Your wheels are halfway, or almost half, or more than halfway into the snow, and you can feel every once in a while on some of the higher peaks of the snowdrift. Your wagon is getting hitting and having to push really hard through the to cut off the tops of the snow. As
Yeah, I'm going through to figure out what I can do, but nothing I can do right now
For what?
to get rid of the fucking snow.
Okay.
I can't control the weather yet.
I think I was asking you to.
No. But as the ogres kind of plow through, you lot finally as you get to the gates, they seem to open it up, and as the gate captain kind of looks at you, he mentions as you pass through that the gates will be closing completely for the night in about 2 hours, as the snow is getting too heavy to allow people to keep coming in and out freely. As he kind of looks at you and goes, so explains this, kind of giving a hint to that you need to be out of here quickly if you're going to be sticking or if you don't want to get stuck. But as you lot make it through the gate, the gates close behind you, and as you kind of head into the city, the smell of warm, like fires kind of hitting, fire and brimstone coming from every building, the light smell of cooking and baking bread kind of almost coming from every windowsill, the sights of a few pies and other baked goods being put out to cool and chill for a moment as people are going about cooking. The sounds of laughter and drinking can be heard pretty much on every street as the bustling city seems to come to life under the darkened sky as the snow gets heavier and heavier. It's almost as if the street lights get brighter, the more happy and laughter you hear. But as you lot kind of head through the city, making your way past the Rollman's Broken Mare's stable, and then past, of course, Folkvi's Hearth Inn, you lot kind of find yourself pulling off to the side of the Frozen Bed Inn. You see down below on the bottom of the stairs, Telossi seems to be kind of standing there waiting for you lot, and a little parasol that seems to be pushing the snow away from her as she stands outside. Shivering a little bit as she tightens her heavy cloak a little bit more.
Will pop, I guess, prestidigitation to warm her up a little bit.
As you kind of pop off the wagon, trying your best, remembering your dwarven, your snowbeard walking techniques back home, not to sink into the snow immediately with your heavy armor. You manage to catch yourself just barely as you have to remind yourself the deep snow beneath your feet.
Think light thoughts.
Think light thoughts.
As you kind of take your helmet off really quickly and toss it back onto the wagon to take a breath for a moment. As you do so, you see as Telossi kind of looks over at you, and as she smiles, feeling the warmth from the prestidigitation, she kind of gives a warm smile to you for just a moment and goes, "I do appreciate it, James, but I think you might want to save your magic for who's inside."
Oh god, am I gonna get in a fight?
No, you asked me to find you a vendor that would buy from you the materials you were selling. Was that not the case?
It is. I'm happy to head inside then. But
They meant save your magic for the talking about
that
selling.
won't be a part of it, luckily. So
She shrugs and goes, "Well, if you think yourself capable," and she kind of smiles at that. I managed to collect the two individuals I had mentioned. I do apologize ahead of time. She kind of takes a minute, and you see a pause, and she goes, "You'll understand when you go in."
Does she seem like worried or something, or?
She doesn't. She just seems kind of almost. You can see the deep bags under her eyes.
Interesting. Okay.
All right. Well, I'll head in. I'll have the rough bloods carry the bag of coins in, I guess.
Yeah. As
The
you
chest in.
As you do, they kind of pick up the chest, and one of them begins following behind you as you head up the stairs behind her. You do see the entire inn first floor seems to be cleared out. A couple of the waitresses walking around, but a long table has been brought out as two individuals are kind of sat across from each other. You see a third shadowy figure, and she goes, "Oh, I did. You don't have problems with rebels or slaves, correct?"
I do not.
Good. As she kind of nods, and I just realized I forgot to do his fucking journal entry. God damn it. Oh. Alright, I'll add that to the list later. As she kind of takes a minute and smiles at you, kind of opening the door, you see within the individuals of a large dragonkin with black and green scales that are kind of mixed together. They sit with their bright green eyes looking over at you. They stand about 9 feet tall. Their wings look to be quite, almost shrunk down and tucked in and covered as much as they can. Although you do see 2 iron spikes that seem to have been put on the top of the wings, almost claw bits. As Rollman begins to activate his bodyguard mode, go quiet, just watching.
Type mode.
Yeah. You see, you recognize this individual as at first you think it might be Alia, but then as you get closer, as you take a second to look through it, wait, hold up, did I fuck up something? Give me a minute. That's one sec. Did I? Oh. My bad. I clicked on the wrong. I used the wrong name. Terasa is not the dragon I was looking for the name of. My apologies. It's Pavel. Surprise! When you run through so many names, I apologize. Yes. So you do see, my apologies, is Pavel sitting over there with their green and black scales mixed together in their dragonkin form. They kind of look over at you with a smile, their teeth glittering as they do, as if they've been polished to perfection. The almost bright white coloration of them. Sitting across from them, you see another figure, a shadowy blackened scale figure whose wings are completely hidden, and you can see almost be twice or half the size of Pavel's. They seem to sit heavily cloaked, wearing almost a piece of clothing everywhere to cover every bit of their scales except for their face. A very predominant dragonkin, almost like Greg's portrayal of an obsidian dragon's face, though much refined and a little bit more pointed rather than square and very, as you take a minute to remember it, James, and kind of feel a bit of vomit in your mouth. Not that is the feeling that you just realize you come to an understanding of. But as you see them sitting across, they seem to have red beady eyes that look over at you and kind of seem to glance about nervously with the amongst the table. As the last person you see at the far end, you do recognize Himkin himself, one that had been described and has been talked about a lot recently on the world news. As Tilawasi kind of brings you over and sits you down with them and goes, I do apologize for all those who are here. Please do excuse the unfortunateness that this individual does not speak the language of our people. He is of a lesser birth and is, of course, not welcomed in that to speak or to learn our language. Do accept the guttural common language amongst the table, if you will, as she kind of introduces and sits you down and goes, allow me to introduce you. This is the Dragon Lord Terasa, Pavel, the wild cannibal of Clan Vel. As Pavel's head comes down and he smiles a bright smile at you.
I'll give a good merchant smile back. Customer service mode has been turned on. It's
James,
a great pleasure to meet.
Even without a sense motive, you feel as if this individual is looking at you like you are a steak dinner. There is no
I'm not
intention.
letting it bother me. This is the second person to fucking do it. Granted, they're much more scary than the last one.
Pavel at that mention though looks down at you and goes, "Yes, you are much more interesting than that Livingston fellow I met. I must," as he kind of runs a finger across the across the table near you, but like not getting close enough to be a threat. As he kind of eyes Rollman for a second and see if he reacts, and pulls his claw back, cutting into the long table, and goes, "You are quite a fascinatingly interesting creature. How is it that someone such as yourself manages to get as far as you did with the lack of intelligence that your species has?"
A merchant's smile has all that's on James's face is I'm going to take a moment to think of a good answer that isn't insulting but isn't accepting the insult either.
Are you hoping that if you're hoping Jackson's going to send you something to bail you out, he's been told not to, so he's not because he's not your lawyer anymore. You can ask Thrag though.
I'm your lawyer.
Thrag's your lawyer. You can ask Thrag to send you something to say.
Thrag, help.
You could also call Nar. However, you did
Alright.
leave the crystal back at the bay at your ship, which I never mind.
Oh, I am at the ship.
Yep.
If you-
Never mind. So you have you don't have any way to get to Thrag for a message.
Yeah.
That's
Gotta come up with something. Come on, James. What do you got?
luck, hard work, and determination.
And looking just mighty delicious. As he kind of smiles at that, and Telossi kind of interjects herself and goes, and moving on to our next buyer, as is respectful. Telossi kind of looks at you and then looks at Rolliman with like a warning look to both of you, and then looks back and goes, "Alia, the first shadow of Clan Ya. I do apologize. She won't speak to you. Unfortunately, James, she speaks through an interpreter. I am acting as her interpreter in this situation, so I do hope you understand, as she just will let me know what she wants. She says, and she kind of, Telossi kind of leans over and listens to the woman as she whispers and looks over at you and then goes, she says it's very nice to meet you, as she kind of like looks a little bit, almost thrown off by the comment.
It's a
I'd like
pleasure.
to see if I could listen to what they actually said.
Give me a listen check.
14.
Nope.
Okay.
Yep. As you try to listen in, and not trying to do anything, not trying to show yourself as leaning too much to try and keep yourself inconspicuous as much as possible. But as you start to catch yourself drifting closer, not catching anything, kind of straighten yourself back up a little bit, just enough to make it so that way you don't look like you're trying to lean closer to them. Unfortunately, don't manage to hear anything they're whispering about, other than what sounds to be something in Draconic going on. Do you speak Draconic?
I do.
Okay, good to know. I'll keep that in mind.
So does James.
Did you want to try a listen check, James? Or do you want to know what they're saying about you?
I'm being polite
James
here.
should focus on this. I'll be bodyguarding and do bodyguard stuff.
I'm focusing on the deal that's about to happen. I am not going to be pulling that.
Telossi looks at you and goes, she does ask if your people typically always smell as you do. I believe she's referring to the slight scent of cold and ale in the inn, but I think she's assuming it to you.
Many of our kind are heavy drinkers, so I'll take no offense.
She nods and kind of like whispers this back, or repeats this back perfectly in Draconic, as Alia seems to nod at that. Himkin looks down at from the table and kind of grunts at that, and Telossi kind of looks down and goes, "Oh, I do apologize, and this is Himkin," and Himkin kind of speaks up immediately at that as he kind of like stabs, hammers his fist into the table and goes, "And you, as a snowbeard, shouldn't be selling to dragons. You should be selling to those of us trying to actually make it out there and trying to protect the people, especially a family that's been enslaved." as he looks you down at from the other end of the table, but looking you in the eyes, James.
Just for my own thing to make sure, Himkin is the
Leader of the
leader of.
slave nation that was formerly known as Blood's End's territory.
Yes. I will look him in the eyes and go, well, I had yet to visit your territories at all. I didn't think bringing this big of a purchase there would be a wise move.
Yeah, assume because of the fact that we're recently removed that we're poor.
No. I assume nothing of what your nation can do. I just went to where I knew I had connections.
He hammers his fist hard into the table once more and goes, I fought and killed a damn dragon, and you sit here and think you can act like you're better than me. You're not even willing to sell your damn platinum to anything other than these worthless dragons. And you see both of the dragon lords stand up and look to be getting ready to cast magic as arcane energy start to swirl around their hands.
Does it look like I'd actually successfully be able to counterspell that?
Give me a spellcraft check.
Because if it looks like I can do that, I might, but not if it's gonna cause damage to Telewasi's anything here, because that's not a good thing to do. I think I only have a +6 to this because intelligence.
Is your dump stat? Yep.
No, charisma was my dump stat, actually. Thank you.
Oh, as a merchant, that was a great idea.
That was a great idea.
It's
20
worked out this far.
He kind of... Or as you look at these spells for a minute, you're pretty sure that you could hit whatever Alia's getting ready to cast. Pavel looks to be throwing something that is going to be willing to decimate the next block and a half of the city. Whatever he's putting together. You're guessing somewhere around like 7th or 8th level magic that he's getting ready to cast.
I meant no offense at all. But as I said, I had yet to travel to your area. I didn't know if you would even be interested in such a thing.
You see Telossi kind of interjects and goes, I think we should calm down and consider the price of the platinum instead of killing each other, because if we blow up the bar, the great Aussie clan will have to get involved. And you see both Alia and Pavel kind of straighten up at that and kind of sit down. Himkin kind of seems to calm himself and seems to mutter a couple of things under his breath, sounding as if he's swearing in Draconic. You catch the word pretty clearly of almost a dwarven racial slur, but said in Draconic. It translates in Dwarvish to call means to say someone who can't grow a beard. But what he says in Draconic calls you no beard.
James will just keep his merchant smile on and motion for the Roughnecks to bring the platinum forward.
They do. Roughnecks?
Rough Blood, sorry.
Rough Bloods, yeah. As one kind of correct kind of sets the chest down on the table as it kind of slightly bounces off the ground a little bit, and then opens it to and turns it around to the rest of them as the platinum gleams from the light, and you see the eyes of the leaders begin to glimmer. Teluasis as well.
Masterwork platinum, crafted in the Thrycrane lands. As you can see by the coin's insignia of a Thrycrane queen.
You see Pavel looks up at you and then goes, You think we can't tell? That's...
No, I am just doing my job as a merchant, sir.
You see Alia just kind of looks between the two and looks very confused. And as Elia looks completely confused in the background, Pavel kind of looks back at Himkin. Himkin kind of nods, and Pavel looks at you and goes, "How much are you wanting to buy or sell these for?"
My asking price is 1.2 million.
And looks at you and goes, How much for the bodyguard on top of it? As Pavel kind of seems to slightly drool and lick his teeth across as he looks at Rollman.
He's not for sale.
But everything tastes so much better that's forbidden. As he kind of eyes up Rollman up and down.
I'm going to look to Teluasi on that.
Teluasi is keeping quiet and just standing by Alia. On the other side.
I'm sorry to say that I can't give up a good bodyguard.
Give me a diplomacy check.
Popping friendly face. This is in terms of money, so I get a more bonus.
Also, Rollman, give me a search check in the background.
Okay.
Nice.
25. My rolls are at least getting better bit by bit.
Search.
Give it a second, because this is relevant, James. Don't worry.
Nat 20 for a 27.
Rollaman, you feel some sort of shadowy, like, there's something on next that's feel like grabbing hold of you and seems to be not, like, trying to physically pull you or, like, seems to try and shake you, but you can feel a hand, and as you look over, almost like a shadowy version of Pavel's Tatarian Kobold or Dragonkin claw on your shoulder, not pulling in, just lightly putting a little bit of pressure to let you know it's there as you look back and see a giant shadow behind you that's just standing over you as you see a shadowy dragon drooling a red viscous that seems to disappear before it hits you or the ground.
I just kindly ask, remove the shadow, please.
Give me a... Is Rollman nervous in this situation, out of curiosity? No. Okay. Alright. With the diplomat... Okay. You see as Alia kind of looks over at Pavel, and Pavel just shrugs, and the shadow vanishes. As he kind of smiles at that and looks over at James again and goes, "Fine. I won't eat him today, but tomorrow your delicate ass will be mine." As he seems to eye Rollman up and down.
I don't move a muscle.
Rollman, you can feel
Perfect
you're being
form.
appraised.
Perfect form right now.
Yep. But Teluasi kind of looks back at the group and goes, "I think we should let James name his price for the item he's trying to sell before we move on to other items. James, as you were saying."
1.2 million for the chest and everything in it.
You see Himkin just immediately scuffs at that, looking, and you see Pavel kind of smiles again, licking his teeth. And Alia seems to whisper something in Teluasi's ear. As Teluasi looks over at you, she goes, "Alia is willing to offer you the price that you asked for. She only asks that instead of you being the one to sell it, that you bring a draconic representative to deliver it, as it would be irresponsible for you to, as a lesser being, be on her property."
That is understandable. Granted, that is my minimum asking price.
You see Pavel at that smiles and goes, "I'll double what you're asking for." And Himkin just looks about and looks immediately. His eyes go wide with a little bit of a surprise and then anger as he goes, "I'll triple it." And Pavel just kind of looks back and goes, "You can't afford this. And we all know your nation doesn't sell slaves anymore. You don't have the income." Himkin kind of like fumes and goes, "You'll take a trade, right, Ironheart Merchant Company? You can take other materials rather than raw coin."
It would depend on the materials, but I'm open to the expression of part of the payment being in materials.
As you say that, Pavel like pulls a heavy coin purse and just sets it on the table. As you see, it starts to expand almost as wide as the chest, and goes, "I'll pay the double what you're asking for right now in cash. We leave it here. You don't have to do any delivery. You have to do nothing else. You just walk away, and I take the chest."
That's 2.4 million. Jesus. James's inner monologue.
little sweat down the side of James's head as you can see for a moment, Roman. There's a look of greed on James. Like coins are flipping in James's eyes as he's calculating.
I'm not going to interfere.
No, any good bodyguard. The
Mom
others.
called me.
Oh, no worries. You're good. Do you need a minute? I'll assume that is it. So we'll take a second. For those watching, we will be back after a quick commercial break. And we're back. Yeah, as his coin purse begins to expand onto the table, you watch and he kind of smiles, licking his teeth as he does, almost sensing your greed as he continues to expand the bag.
James will calm himself. That is a very, very good offer. I think I'll have to go with that.
You see,
My apologies, Himkin and Alia.
You see Himkin just kind of scoffs at you and gives you a glare and just kind of like looks away from you as he stares up at the ceiling, literally putting his nose up. Alia seems to whisper something in Telos's ears, and you see her face goes bright red for a moment with embarrassment, and she looks over and she goes, the Dragon Lord Alia says she regrets you couldn't do business with her and wishes you the best that she can.
I must sense motive that.
You don't have to.
How much is she lying?
Do you really want? Okay, all right, no, go ahead.
Oh my god.
No, I won't. That's just the question now with the bright red.
Can I share some known world information about Alia that I don't think Cameron's read?
Sure.
It's on her world thing. She's super racist and hates everything that's not a dragon. What do you think she said?
I can get an idea.
She's like racist to 11
N-word.
compared to dragons.
Oh no, that's nothing.
I know Telewasi's acting as a filter. I get it.
You're talking old school. Yep. You're talking old school, like the fact that she still looks at dwarves as slaves. Yeah, no. As you say that, she Telewasi kind of nods, and you see the dragon lord, Alia suddenly disappears into a shadow as she casts something on herself, vanishing. Away. Himkin seemingly turns, takes a stand, and then walks through, or opens a spell scroll and walks through a blue door that begins to glow and appear in front of him, walking through what looks to be into another throne room. As Pavel kind of smiles watching them leave, he looks over at you and goes, James, my boy, if I may ask you... You can take the coin as you wish, as he kind of pulls the treasure chest and shoves the bag over towards you.
I'll nod to the rough bloods to grab the bag.
The rough blood grabs it, picking it up, and kind of holds it there waiting. And Pavel looks at you and goes, how could I convince you to come visit my lands and do some merchanting work for me?
You'd have to guarantee the safety of me and my crew.
I would never harm a guest of mine. How do you think so low of me just because of what those collective members wrote about me? That was a horrible piece, like what they did to Zebril. They made him look like a horrible individual, like he's some grand, conniving mastermind, when he's probably just some simple worm in a cave.
Man, I thought he was commenting.
Note to self, tell Melvin about this world leader calling him a worm in a cave. Jeez, fuck.
You wanna make Zebril angry at this guy?
I was gonna say, do you want to be the one who gives that news to Zebril? Do you really want to be that guy?
I'll get shot.
I'll say, Cameron, do you want to be the guy that, even if you don't get shot, maybe kicks off the next World War?
Yeah, I'd rather not.
Plus,
but
Zebril's always gonna remember that you're the one who told him this, so it's like Regan Utham with Sunday. So
I won't shoot the messenger, but I may eat him if he looks tasty enough.
Oh no.
I mean, if a war's about to start off and we're in danger, I will use this.
Pavel
Listen, I will. Yeah.
Pavel looks at you and smiles and goes, "Now, would you like to take me up on my offer? I could use a strong merchant company who can go and deal with the Dragon Lord Greg's Martom and bring a fair deal to my lands. You know, the winds are always changing in who rules, and dragons are always falling out of the sky, as they say." as he kind of licks his lips.
I have some
drooling a
prior
little.
business to handle elsewhere in the world, but after I have it all sorted out, I would be happy to come visit.
He nods and goes, "Perfect. I look forward to seeing how your adventures continue to season you."
Funny.
Thank you for the well wishes.
He smiles at that and goes, "Yes, now do be gone, my young man. I fear that the other dragon lords are going to start sniffing out that I'm around, and well, let's just say, well,
I'll
we're not ready yet for their taste."
I will nod. I will look at Telossi. Thank you for setting this up.
She nods and
And
she stares at Rolman still.
I will leave.
As you get up from your chair and kind of turn and start walking away, Rolman, I assume you're taking a few seconds till James gets past you and then turning and walking away as well, following him out.
Yes.
Alright. As the rough blood follows as well, a few steps behind, you lot kind of find yourselves going out into the snow, and it seems to have picked up even heavier as the snow is just coming down, blanketing. You can see your wagon over there is already almost covered. The three of the rough blood brothers already sitting there trying to dig out and still managing to fill their hole quicker than they're getting the snow out of it as they go about. But as you come down, the massive coin bag being dragged by this cyclops or this ogre down the stairs, clinking as it does so as it hits the metal of each step. It falls into the snow, and you watch as he sinks into the snow fully as the snow goes all the way up to his knees. He looks down at you, James, and goes, "Captain, I don't think you can take this bag."
I don't think I can carry it either.
"No, I mean, we'd lose you in the snow. We don't have any flags big enough."
Damn.
Can I examine the bag to see if it's magical and can shrink back down if I use it right?
Yeah, give me a spellcraft check. Or a knowledge arcana.
I'll go with spellcraft.
Use magic device.
Use magic device is only specifically if it's a magic
25.
device, I believe. There is no magic on this item. This is actually just a normal sack. That as you look at, you realize there was a spell burnt into it that Pavel cast to let the bag re-expand to its normal size.
Big
One-time use bag.
Yep. Also, as you look at it, with that roll, you realize he fully didn't have to do that. He could have left it and given it to you.
We'll always have other business before going there. Who knows?
I don't think we might be able to drive back to the ship tonight. Might get buried in snow.
Yep.
Is that a good estimation?
As you look at the rough bloods, like shoving the snow out and watching more of it coming down, and it's like they're not doing well to keep up, and the wagon is already buried up to 2/3 of its wheel, and you're definitely sure it's going to struggle going through the roads. There's not like snow plowers or anybody walking through the streets plowing this.
And we can't go back inside there to that inn.
I mean, not right now. You gotta give it a minute, assumedly, because Alia left by spell. You don't. I mean, if Pavel walks out the door,
we'll give it a little bit, and when we see Telossi basically look like we can go back in, we'll go back in. I guess.
The shivering ogres look at you like as they're like standing there.
Before we go while they're there, are there any stores nearby open for cold weather clothes?
Give me a search check. As you kind of step into the street, managing to keep your balance on top of the snow, avoiding the soft spots.
17.
As you look up and down, the other inn is open. You do see across the street and is very loudly singing and dancing going on. The stables are closed, and as you look down the main street, the only other shop on this street is the large merchant guild called the Cryptic Death. And as you kind of look at through their windows, everything looks to be blackened in the building. So you assume that they're probably closed, though their door doesn't look to be locked. You don't see anybody behind the desk as you kind of take a look in.
That's a trap and a half. I'm not going in there, and I'm not going into the other tavern because I feel like that's spitting in Telosi's face right after she helped me set up this deal. So, and it hasn't been an hour yet from when I first cast Prestidigitation, so I'll just alternate warming them each up slowly.
In the distance, on the ship, Thrag and Cinder enjoy the warmth of the ship.
Mhm.
I'm enjoying the cold, actually. I
Yeah,
don't like the
the
warmth.
cold of your room, yeah. I mean, you start to get a
The
sweat, go
care
walk
of the
back
ship.
in your room for like an hour, and then come back out to enjoy a little bit of heat. And it's like, all right, I'm going back in again.
Mhm.
Yep.
Thrag going about trying anything to get, I assume, near the barrel of ale and hang out close to that, so that way he is the last one to hopefully have his mug grabbed if
Come
the
on,
captain
I'm
calls.
thirsty.
Yeah,
I need my dwarf ale.
We have different ales on there, probably some lesser booze, not the nice stuff always.
the only stuff you bought outright that you stated was the red draconic ale, the cinnamon whiskey.
That's fair. I should probably
Is
buy
it
some
good
other.
glacier water? Is it tasty?
It's
Is it
very
blue?
pure glacier water. You won't find purer water.
Is it blue?
But as you think for a minute, James and Roman, back to the fact that Thrag and Cinder are enjoying a nice, comfortable ship, relaxing in the almost homely-like environment with the crew, drinking and eating great food while you're standing here in the cold for a moment, staring
Well,
out at the snow.
The cart isn't as important. If we went on foot, would you maybe get back to the fucking ship in time?
Well, the riftboats kind of look at you, and one of them looks at you and goes, "Captain, why don't we carry the wagon?"
That's fair. If you guys think you can lift it up and carry it, we can all head back and walk back.
We carried Rolliman in it like he was royalty the first time we came to Diamond's death.
Why did you guys do that again, by the way?
Because Drift said that we were supposed to treat you like a prince on the intercom thingy. We got a weird message from her when she was visiting. And she told our older brother, and Craig kind of just waves at you. And they go, we didn't know who the lady was in the message in our heads, but we assumed that we were supposed to do it as captain's orders.
But yeah, let's carry it back then. Let's head on back.
The three of them pick it up and it's a little shaky, but then they start following behind you. They're down to 10 feet movement, but they're pushing through the snow.
I'll help clear it out if I can in front of them.
Now I'm gonna ask a dumb question because I've recently watched this anime, so I'm kind of curious. Are you gonna use your sword as a shovel?
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I watched I watched a 2-hour synopsis of the series recently, so it was actually
I
pretty
mean, why not?
Alright.
It's big enough.
Now remind me,
I won't use my good sword.
I was gonna say, is your main sword magic or is it not magic?
It is.
Okay. Because non-magical items will degrade. Magical items don't degrade.
Okay.
So that's why I was asking: are you using your good sword, your favorite sword, Elysium, I believe it is, or are you using your non-magical
Energy.
I'm using James's sword that he crafted as a shovel. Yes.
That's what I'm asking.
Yep. That's
It's hurting my craftsman's pride, but at least it's a multi-use object. Ugh.
Okay, I'm down with that. Go ahead. Does the snow get a will save? Not from Rolaman, from Cinder.
No, it just shapes.
Okay. Are you shaping it to anything in particular as you're kind of splitting it?
You wanna build a snowman?
Well, he's making a
There'll
sword.
be a little snow statue of Rollman running away from Telewasi.
So there's just a couple of statues down the way that's like gathering the snow on either side.
I'm moving the snow out of the way and forming them into statues.
Oh my god! All right, cool. This will be great. All right, Rollman. For the snow shoveling, I guess give me a strength check. And are you using Energia or are you using a different weapon?
Energia.
Okay, so we won't roll for the hardness then.
Yes.
I'm gonna do something as well to help us all out. Let me check and see.
Please tell me you're gonna make Rollman bigger so he can shovel more snow.
It would make the sword bigger.
It does make the sword bigger.
Not very long.
No, this isn't that. I just need to make sure. I need to see how long it'll last.
Oh no.
Okay, this is only going to last for a minute.
That's not gonna help.
So I can only do it twice, so not even worth doing. Fuck.
We'll do it.
Okay, yeah, I'd hold your spells just in case.
Yeah, I'll hold on to it
Days
if we have
over
to
yet.
run.
Strength check of 13.
Strength.
Oh, does me being the sword being large count give a bonus, like the size bonus?
Yeah, it does give a size bonus, yes.
Okay, so
For shoveling
it's
snow,
plus
I would
two.
say yes, that would make sense.
Be +2 to that, I think.
So 15?
Medium to large. I don't know the size.
It's either
but
2 or 4.
Yeah, I need to.
I think it's +2 for medium to large.
I've learned not to assume things because when usually my memory's not correct, so.
Plus
Yeah,
4.
I know. I'm looking for it too.
+4?
Oh,
Okay, so
Yeah,
15.
so 17.
17. As you kind of begin to shovel and push aside the snow, helping them kind of drag the Cyclops, you manage to get the main like center lane, so it makes it easier where they're just kind of shoving off to the side with either their right or left foot on either side of the wagon as they carry James in the wagon along with as the last one kind of drags the coin purse behind in the cleared path. Making it much easier for him to keep pace with the rest of you as you lot make your way through. It's not pretty, but as you manage to dig your way through after about an hour, you finally make it to the gate, and as you see the captain is standing there getting ready to call off shift, as you hear him yelling at his men to call it quits, he sees you lot digging your way down the street and just sighs.
okay. Are we like about a minute away from it?
As you get closer, he just shouts out,
They're
he
gonna let us
goes,
through.
"Are
They're gonna let us
you... please tell me you're not wanting to get through."
We're trying to get through.
Fuck
Here
you.
we are.
If it wasn't for that tip this morning, I swear to God I'd have your heads. And he
I will
shouts
pull out
out,
another 15
No, stop,
gold and toss it
James.
down.
Stop.
Stop giving away all our money.
Oh my god.
I have this for this.
He takes the coin as you kind of come shoveling through. The ogre's lowering you down to hand the coin to him and then raising you back up as they continue pushing through. You hear the gates open about like a crack just enough to let you lot through. As you're like ushered through, and as you kind of push through by, they close the gates once again behind you, and you hear the heavy logs coming down on the other side to lock the gate for the 2 gates for the night. As you head out, immediately you see Cinder Cinder statues or snow statues almost for a few miles going towards the street of just different depictions of Rollman running from Teluasi.
What? This is not what happened.
As you come through, the road is completely clear of any snow. It's quite nice to walk through. In fact, as you get the wagon back down the ground, you guys make record time, cutting your travel time in half as you get to the ship. The statues get bigger and bigger the closer you get to the airship. Although they all seem to depict the same thing. As you
It's not very original.
As you get closer to it, you lot finally find yourselves on the ramp and up the ship as the ogres kind of pull you on. Looking about, you see as Cinder's kind of sitting on top of the ship, working about. I assume on the earring still, enjoying the light snowdrift and the cold and heavy cold wind coming off the clouds.
Yeah. Did I finish the statues?
Yeah.
Yeah, I assume they're like hatched to my belt. Yeah, I'm playing with the earring.
Oh, okay. Yeah, as you look over at Cinder, I will mention Cinder does have 2 statues on his belt.
It is 3. I did edit it shortly after I had a 3rd one.
Oh no! What did you add for the 3rd?
No, the 3rd one's normal. Don't worry.
Okay.
What are the other 2 then?
So the first, as you look over, is a perfect depiction of Teluasi giving the middle finger.
Okay.
The second is of James's holy symbol, just a very bland, normal design. And the last is a statue of Rolliman, apparently clashing blades with James' hammer.
Interesting.
Oh.
As you see him up there kind of working away at the earring. You can hear the sounds of Thrag down below singing songs and the very loud sounds of the barrel sloshing about.
We got double what we were looking for that. That was good.
You guys look at
I will say there's no singing from Thrag.
No? Thrag
Thrag's
doesn't sing?
not
Oh.
singing.
Well, Thrag's not down there.
Oh.
There is a message on the door to the captain's quarters.
Ah.
I will go read the message, and I will hand off the note from Nar to Rolliman, because I think I forgot to do that earlier. Of, hey, yeah, here's what you can do if you want to get out of the shit.
If you claim bestiality, you can get out of it.
You would have me sink so low.
That's
It's really not.
If you don't want to die,
I'll think
that
about
is
it.
the letter that's written on the captain's door.
I was gonna say, would you like me to read it in character voice?
Oh, please do.
Please do.
Yes.
In true Telemundo
As
fashion.
James reads over it, yes.
James, I will start. Oh shit! Fuck.
As it starts with in the background a
James.
flashpoint to Thrag like writing the letter, crumpling it up, and then starting again.
throwing
Yeah.
it into the forge.
There's a slight melody in the background too.
Yep.
James, I still can't quite believe we've finally met after all these years. 10 long years I searched, hoping beyond hope that I'd find you, and now here you are. It feels like fate itself wove this moment. And though we've never met, and though we've been apart for so long, I feel like we've never truly been separated. I've wondered for so long what you'd be like, whether you were safe, whether you had found your own path. Now that we've met, I see how strong you've become, how capable, and I couldn't be prouder of you, brother. Even though we've taken different roads, it fills me with such joy to know you've carved out a life for yourself and are doing well. Meeting you has filled a part of me that was empty for far too long. But now I must continue on my own journey. Know this, I carry our bond in my heart, and no distance or time can change that. I wish you nothing but strength and fortune in everything you do, James. I know we'll meet again soon, and until that day, I will hold on to the hope and the joy you've given me. Stay safe, brother, and may your path always lead to wealth and greatness. With all my heart, your loving brother and twin, Thrag.
All right, what did he steal?
I love
What did he
this. I'm
steal?
checking everything and seeing what he stole.
As you start looking about the ship, looking around there, everything's there. Like as you go looking in your lockbox in the captain quarters, it's there. Crystals are there. There is a little. It looks like he did try and like look at the crystal and try and put it back in the like container for you when he last used it. Which is quite kind, James, as you realize that most people don't usually do that. But all your like documents are still in the same place. Everything's there. There is one book missing. 101 jokes in Draconic that seem to have vanished, but you don't know if that was him or someone else.
That was my favorite
good
book.
fuck.
Dude.
You know what?
Fucked up, dude.
I'll have to make sure next time I see Thrag, I give him a good gift.
Let's say, well, was that amusing to you that all three of us at once?
Every single
it
line you
what?
said.
Was that amusing to you that all three of us thought you stole from us the moment you started reading?
Absolutely.
Every single line he said, I was waiting for the and, like when he said and.
No, so was
like,
I.
and your
I was
gold.
waiting for the. As I was reading it along with him, I was like, okay, where's the and I took 100,000 gold from the safe?
I was expecting, since you're so strong, you won't need this
So-
150,000 gold.
As you look about the ship, yeah, you kind of expecting him to have stolen something, vanished. That he's just nowhere to be found. There's no, and everything's there. All the people are there. All the food's there. Nothing. Even the room has been is still set up as it was. Nothing seems to be
Guys,
strange.
I know who to put on the throne because James doesn't want to be there.
Did he take my glacier water? Wait, hold on.
Ooh. Good question.
He did.
I took only what you offered me.
Okay. We're okay.
There's a bottle that was refilled, and it said he put a little sign on it that says, "Hey, I refilled this after you let me use it."
Oh, that's so kind.
Oh, nice.
I asked a little scarf, is there anyone invisible within 100 feet of the ship?
Little Scarf looks at you and kind of shrugs and goes, "No, why?"
Oh, okay. I'm just asking.
No, I'm
always good to check,
I'm
yeah.
legally obligated to answer your questions.
Crazy Uncle Cinder is slightly less paranoid of Thrag.
What a nice guy.
So I get to mark off the fact that I got to sell that for well over what it was worth.
I guess what happens when you got 3 buyers in the same room.
And I
I
make
wasn't
my
expecting
exit.
He makes exit as we pocket our money.
So, I think that puts me in record sales forever.
As you lot kind of start to enjoy the end of your sales, thinking about everything, and sitting down to contemplate what to do next, we'll end session here for today. We thank you all for watching. We hope you enjoyed, and join us next time for when we start the next day, and hopefully figure out what Rollman's gonna do with the Aussie clan.